Hey, everybody. Good morning. I know that I am late, but I am late this morning because I have been switching technology and software and getting to a few other platforms today. So we'll talk about it here in just a second once folks get in here and we can start this conversation. When you join, if you are joining me from Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, or Substack, do me a favor and say hello when you join because I won't be able to see that you are joining until you actually speak. What's up, Farah? Hello, Red Hot. Hey, Tina Noel. What's up, Jen? Hey, David. How are you, Cheryl? Y'all doing okay this morning? I know that it's a bit of a late start, but I have been spending the morning trying to get everything set up for the new software that I intend to use for these streams. Hey, Allie Nicole, what's up, Win Dixie? How are you guys? You doing all right, Colleen? How is everybody? Hey, Tara Love, how you doing? Hey, Win Dixie. Hey, Deborah, good to see you. What's up, Lisa? Mary Shaw, what's up, Jamie? Good to see you. Good morning, Kathy. Good to see you over there. How is everybody? What's up, Dirty Bad Bloggers? Artep, good to see you as well. Charlie Marie. Gosh, I feel like it's been a minute since I've seen you, Charlie Marie. Hey, Carla. Hey, Sarah. How is everyone? Y'all doing okay? I haven't even had a chance. So let me just be very transparent. I haven't even a chance to check all of the headlines this morning because I've been busy kind of focusing on getting everything set up. Hey, Sherry, how are you? I don't know, Jen Vet. I don't even know what's over there. I can't tell. Good morning, Pin 1010. How are you? Good to see you folks over there on YouTube joining in and saying hello. What's up, 2409? Hey, MG Brock. Hey, the other Sarah. Hey, Conchita and Goldie. Good to see you guys as well. So we're going to kind of join in here. I don't know what it looks like over there on the other side. So the only comments that I can see so far is from YouTube. So I can't see everything else. So let me just share with you all what's happening. I told you that my goal was going to be to kind of get on more platforms and just kind of expand the reach and things and see how everything goes, right? And so I am doing that today. And ooh, that's weird. Discard. We don't want to do that. So I'm doing that today. And I'm not really sure what that's going to look like. And go from there. Hey, tech lady. But let me tell you where all I am today. And maybe you want to might check out those platforms and see what it looks like over there. Hey, William. So there's Facebook joining in. What's up, Mr. Barrios? All right. So, folks, today I am on TikTok. I am on Facebook, YouTube, Substack, and I'm on Rumble as well. Good morning, the other Sherry. How are you? And so that might surprise some of you all, but here's my thing. I said it last week and I'll say it again. I think it's really important for me to start going places maybe where other people are that don't necessarily share the same opinions that I do, and be able to have some important conversations. So I'm excited about that. Good morning, Witch. How are you? What's up, Mama Dukes? Deborah, good to see you. Hey, Ada and Brandy, good morning. All right. I see Lisa. So I am on Rumble. So Lisa has joined from over there on Rumble. Have I heard the Haley Williams song True Believer? I don't think so. I don't think so. What's up, C? Good to see you as well. And so here's the idea, folks. The idea is to branch out and to expand the conversation to as many places as we possibly can. Yeah, it did. So ask Auntie Bree to wash it for you. She can rinse it off and it'll be okay. So thank you, Mel Gray. I'll check it out. So that's the goal. So today, one of the things that you might see, she needs to rinse that off because it was melting a little bit. So can you do that? She said it melted a little bit, Auntie Bree. Did you not hear? So Mila's trying to tell Auntie Bree, you know how if you kind of sort of lick a sucker and then you just lay it down. Hey, Christine. That is what transpired. And so Mila is telling her aunt, I need you to wash my lollipop off. So good morning, Suro. Good morning. Good to see you. Hey, Brad Short over on Facebook. Good to see you as well. So I do want to talk. Hey, Cajun lady. So I do want to talk today about several things. Obviously, we're going to talk about the summit tomorrow, right, with Russia and the U.S. happening in Alaska. Good morning, user. Hey, Carmen. What's up, Tootie, Queen Latootie? And we're going to talk about that, but I want to talk about Israel and I want to talk about Palestine and some other things. And of course, Texas. So let me ask this question. How many of you all saw a post put out by Gavin Newsom's comms team yesterday? How many of you all saw a post that Gavin Newsom's team put out that appeared to mimic thanks, Christine, that appeared to, hey, Linda, thank you for checking as well, but it appeared to mimic Donald Trump's the way that he communicates. So let me see if I can grab it for you real quick so that you all can see it. You thought it was amazing, the Quaid Awakening. Yeah, Kate, it definitely was. Now, is that my Kate from Pennsylvania? I said, my Kate, you don't belong to me. But I noticed the way that you spelled your name. So is that Kate from Pennsylvania that I just met? Or no? Is that Kate? Nope. Oh, you are the second Kate then. You are the second Kate in a week that I have met, less than a week, that spells their name that way. Isn't that crazy? But anyway, okay, so let me pull this up for you guys really, really quickly. So you can laugh. I will share it with everybody so that you can see it. Because when I'm telling you, I saw it and it was absolutely, it's funny to me. Now, let me just say this. Okay, here goes my brain. Y'all know that my brain is always thinking like, how does this impact everybody, right? So does this help bring us together? Does this help do this? Does this help do that? And so my brain is thinking about all of those different things while I'm reading it. And at the same time, hey, Vern, and at the same time, I think that there are going to be some people that no matter what Gavin Newsom does, they're not going to be on board, right? I think that how do you know that? Okay, so what, honey? She's trying to say this is Bella's now. No, it's not. She looked it. Bella didn't open hers. Right. So this is yours. That one's yours, sissy. So you gotta determine if you want it or if you don't. All right, so let me pull this up for you guys so that you can see it. Does he write those himself? I doubt it. I would most likely think that it's his comms teams that's doing that. But let me show you guys. Yes, Yolanda, it was absolutely comical. So again, this is me going, let me remove this and I'll share it with you. Okay, so this is me thinking, okay, do we need some of this? And I would love to hear you all's opinion about this. Like, do we need some of these clapbacks, if you will, at Trump? Do you think that it benefits Republicans or his base to see the type of things that he posts being written by a Democrat, being written by Gavin Newsom's team, and being posted? Do you think it makes any difference in the world? Like, that's what I'm really interested in talking about and seeing what you all think. Let me grab this sucker so I can put it up here for you. All right, so for those of you guys that are over here on TikTok, I'm going to bring you over so that you can see these. I will try again to see if TikTok Studio will let me use the studio and go live right now. Last week they wouldn't let me. Amy, right. I have mixed feelings as well. Yeah, Tara Love, I hear you. Tracy Felty Rutherford over on Facebook says, I, for one, am here for it. I get that. I hear you. I hear that. Okay, so let me show you guys what this looks like. So hold on, y'all. I gotta let TikTokers check this out. And TikTok will not let me use their studio yet. So I have to bring the phone over so that they can see it. So this is what Gavin Newsom, this is what his team posted. And it says, wow, tomorrow history will be made. Carol Lyon Levitt. Look what they did to her name. Carol Lyon Levitt will have no answers for the supposed fake media about California's beautiful maps. Now, y'all know the beautiful is intentional and hilarious, right? And it says, people are saying they are the greatest maps ever created, even better than Christopher Columbus's. Donald the Failure Trump, which, oh my God, they could not have picked a better word there, right? Donald the Failure Trump Well, be warned, tomorrow may be the worst day of your life, all because you quote unquote missed the deadline. Liberation Day for America. And then he put GCN, Gavin, whatever his middle name is, Newsom. And so I saw this, right? And I thought to myself a couple of different things. I thought, number one, yes, like the humor is not lost on me. It is funny, right? You can't look at it. I mean, you could look at it and go, this is not, this is hilarious. Like, I mean, it really is funny, right? Right. They did forget. Thank you for your attention to this matter. However, what I will say is that it is funny, even if, like, to me, this could be on a skit for Saturday Night Live, right? Tara, like Kate Awakening, that's my thing. I don't know if it's effective, and I'm not sure what it's going to be. Hey, baby. Oh, she loves cherry. She's the one who made me buy them. Will you, can I have water, ice, and then some water? Okay, so here's my thing. The thing that I wonder about is, oh, thanks, Chanel, for subscribing. I am wondering, like, is this effective though? Is this going to be something that is helpful? And let me say this, devil's advocate, right? Does it matter for the people that it's not helpful for? Does it matter that it's not helpful for those people? Like, for the people who look at this and maybe they're offended and maybe they're angry and maybe they're whatever, does it matter for those people? Like, will anything reach those people? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know that too many Republicans are ever going to get on board with Gavin Newsom. You know what I mean? Like, how many folks are all of a sudden going to say, yes, I'm, because Gavin is he's a California Dem, right? So I don't know that that's the thing, but will it matter to other people to see this coming from someone else? And if people look at this, let me just ask this, right? He does have over 1 million followers. I don't know that he gives presidential, I don't know if he gives presidential energy, though, to be quite frank. I don't know if he has, I don't know if he has national appeal that would work. And so Diane said, I love it. I am a Democrat, but it makes Trump and Republicans look so obviously ridiculous. And it seems that ridiculous is what is needed to get attention to the craziness. Democrats need to be more visible. Okay, I hear you. Okay, so let me ask you this, though. When you say Democrats need to be more visible, is that all we want? Because here's my thing. We've had visible moments. Thank you. We've had going viral moments. But are they going to be what we need? And is there a fine balance that we are going to have to engage in between maybe these types of clapbacks and these types of comebacks and reaching out to people that we want to have conversations with? Right? Yolanda says, yes, it's twofold. It shows Democrats are ready to get in the fight. I've always felt like Democrats try to stay above the fray, and this is what may show independents that Democrats are ready to fight back. So yeah, Angela, I'm on TikTok, but here's my thing. Okay, so let me say this. Carol said, I'm here for it. Okay, I get you all. Okay, I hear you. I think what says Democrats are ready to fight back more than this post is the fact that there are Texas state Democrats sitting in Illinois and other states in order to not have a quorum, right? Does this say that Democrats are ready to fight back? Now, I'll tell you what I do think that Gavin has done that does show Democrats are ready to fight back, right? Is the fact that he said, listen, we're about to do the damn thing with this redistricting, and we are going to blow the midterms out of the water. Right now, I think that says we are ready to fight. I think that says, that Democrats are ready to kind of get on board with this thing. I think that says that, right? But I don't know about this particular thing. this is for young people who do these things. It's a good thing. Yeah, Gia, I hear you. My daughter's over going, and with her millennial self,
Yeah, they're
right?
not watching the news. They're watching TikTok. I saw more from Gavin Newsom's Nicki Minaj post to Trump than I have anything else he
I
said.
know, but so here's my point. Okay, but here's the question. Okay, so I want to play devil's advocate. Janice, you're going exactly where I'm going with this. So great, it's TikTok entertainment, but will that entertainment lead to people voting? Young people can be reached and young people can be entertained, but is it going to be followed up with actionable information or information that makes young people want to vote? Sherry, I don't know if you're already following me over there or not. Can somebody put the link to Rumble back in the Discord? Because that's what I put it over there before and I haven't become searchable yet over on Rumble. I think you can't search for me on Rumble unless I sign like an agreement with them and monetize it, which I have not done. Um, so I think this is the part that, yeah, Donna skis. So right now we are live on TikTok, on Facebook, on YouTube, on Substack, and on Rumble. There will be another platform that will be added tomorrow. That is why I'm on late today. Is I upgraded the technology plan. It's costing more than it was. However, I really do think the next 15 months it's important for us to reach as many potential people as we can reach. We have to be having meaningful conversations. And let me just say this, I think there is a balance. I think you can. So this post from Gavin Newsom, I would call this post from Gavin Newsom like a jab. It's just like a little funny jab. So I used to be a serious boxing fan back in the day, right? Um, And okay, so let me just say this. So I'm a big boxing fan. I was more of a I like fighters rather than boxers. Let me just say this. I like fighters. So like my favorite boxer slash fighter ever was Arturo Gatti. To me, the best 30 rounds of boxing that ever occurred was between Irish Mickey Ward and Arturo Gatti, right? Those 30 rounds of boxing will forever go down in history as the best 30 rounds ever. Like, I'm just saying, it's amazing. Um, and let me say this. So I can respect boxing skills, which is what Floyd Mayweather has, right? So Floyd Mayweather is an absolute boxer. He's a connoisseur of the sport. So he's a guy that's going to jab and move and jab and move and wear your ass out. Okay. I don't like that. I like people that stand toe to toe in the ring and get it going. Right. What's up, Perfection? And so, hey, Rob, how are you? But this is what I think this post is by Gavin Newsom. I think this post by Gavin Newsom is a little jab, like, oh, boop, boop, I got you in your lip. You know what I mean? You might want to duck. Oh, you didn't see that one coming? Just doop, doop, and then just keep it moving. Now the question will be, what do you do after that? So Tracy says Trump brags he likes to hit back harder. Glad someone is punching on the dim side. Sometimes I think they've tried uh we go high when they go low, right? So Brad Short says 9 times out of 10 you can ask someone about a candidate they vote for, they know the name but not what they've done. It has been proven you can ask voters what Trump has done and they have no clue. I get that. I get that. I really do, right? However, like I do think that we need to punch back. But I think I think James Tallarico punches back. He just does it in a completely different way. And so does James Tallarico and Gavin Newsom, do they balance each other out? Right? Do they provide us with what's needed for us to have balance, in terms of, a country and how we move forward? And right, he does do it with a smile, which he absolutely does it with a smile. And I, for one, love it. I love the James Tallarico approach. I think this approach, like I said, to me, I would expect to see this on a skit on Saturday Night Live, which we probably will this Saturday night. right? We probably will this Saturday night see this in some way on Saturday Night Live. I just wonder if it is going to be productive for what we need to get done. And so that's what I'm really interested in hearing your thoughts. Now, let me ask you this for you guys that are watching from somewhere else. Can I? Ooh, I can. All right. So I'm just gonna give this a whirl and see what happens. I have no idea, Rylene. I don't even watch Saturday Night Live unless it makes it onto social media at some point in time. We need to use all strategies at once, Dirty Bad Blogger says. Okay, I hear you. I agree. Now, here's my question. Are these strategies actually being coordinated or not? Do we need all of these strategies but coordinated? So for those of you guys, I'm putting a link in here. And so that is a link. If you want to be a guest, if you want to join the panel and you're not on TikTok, you can use the link that I just posted. It shows me that it posted successfully to YouTube. I'm not sure about the other places. So if one of you guys wants to take a look at that and then move it around and share it in the other chats, I would be grateful to doing that. Proud American, why don't you come join the panel? Let's talk about it. Let's do that. Like you seem to have a very vocal opinion. And I would like to discuss your opinion with everybody up here. I think people would benefit from hearing your perspective and what makes you think so. Right. So for those of you guys who can't see it on TikTok, Proud American Infidel says, quote, Newsom hates sovereign America and Western civilization. So I would love for Proud American to join the panel and let's discuss that sentiment. Now, for me, here's what I know about social media because I'm on here every day with you guys. People like Proud American, Proud American is going to show me who they are very quickly. So if they are someone who is truly interested in having a conversation or who actually has like strong opinions or facts or something meaningful to say, they'll join the panel. If Proud American is only a troll and is mediocre when it comes to actually caring about the country, then they won't get in the box and they'll do one of two things. They will either leave the live stream or they'll continue to stay in the chat and they'll either be at work or they'll be eating or they'll be feeding a baby. There will be some reason as to why they can't join the panel. It'll be one of those two things that happens in just a second. So Proud American, we'll give you about another 60 to 90 seconds to show us who you are, and then we will believe you. How about that? Good morning, Catherine Hall. How you doing? So I just want to go back to this thing with Gavin Newsom. That almost sounds like me. Just saying. Yeah. Yeah. Kid the Kate. Oh my gosh, you're hilarious. So let me just ask this. Let me level set because this is my first time live on Rumble. And this is my first time live on this many platforms at the same time. So let me say this to everybody. If this is your first time ever catching me live, do me a favor and put a 1 in the comments. Do me a favor, put a 1 in the comments. Let me know if this is your first time ever seeing me live. What's up? I don't post. Cam, shut up. Good morning, Ski Me. How are you? I am on Rumble, Rylene. I don't know, Janice. I can't see. It doesn't show me. If you are new and this is your first time ever seeing me live, do me a favor and just do a 1. Give me a 1 in the comments real quick. And the reason I want to do that is because and I want to level set. Candy Kiss, you're not new. Mr. Barrios, you're not new. Hey, Ella, how are you? Let me just see. Whoops, already did that. I'm kind of excited about these things. Rob, you are new. Great. Love that. Hey, Linda. You're going to say 1 just to spam the comments. Shut up. Athena, you're not new. You guys tickle me. I All right, so let me see if I can get this in here. Let me do, okay, pull. All right, so let me just say this for those of you guys that are new. I want to give you just the rundown so that you will know. Oh, thanks, NJB. So I want to give you you invited him today, Tara Love that, yay, this is what we talk about, spread the word. Okay, so I just want to level set so that everybody knows how I conduct things in this space. You will see right up here, like for you guys it's right here, for you guys it's right up there. There are 4 things that I ask for in this space. 4 things. I ask that you be respectful. I ask that you do not use slurs. If you use slurs of any kind, and I don't care what side you are politically aligned with. Hey, Cheryl, if you use a slur, you will be muted and booted from my live. I just don't get down like that. I don't care who you are. Number 3, don't spam my comments. If you got something to say it one time. Don't repeat yourself 50,000 times because it's not productive and it hurts the algorithm. And then the last one is don't type in all caps unless you are either a moderator or vision impaired. I reserve all caps for my moderators and for those folks that are vision impaired. So if we can respect those 4 things, we can have a conversation. That is true no matter what your political affiliation is. Hey guys, are there hearts like on TikTok? I do not know, Schemy. I don't know. This is my first time live on Rumble, so I couldn't really tell you what that looks like. And here's one of the things that I'm thinking about doing. For those of you guys that are here, are you interested in hearing me give a take on some of the other information? Hey, East West, good morning. Some of the other information that is on Rumble. So for example, I get little recaps from certain people. Love that, Cam. I get recaps on like Candace Owens. I get recaps on Steve Bannon. I get, just kind of recaps via email of some of those folks. Do you think that it would be beneficial, since I'm actually live on that platform as well, to respond to some of the information that they are putting out with accurate information? If anything that is out there, just providing, other additional information on a subject matter that might level things out. So Rumble is a pretty far right leaning social media platform. And the people that are on Rumble every day are people like Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk and Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and oh my gosh, Ben Shapiro and all of those folks, right? Love that. Thanks, Catherine. And so I'm thinking that might be something that would be helpful to do. And I wanted to see what you all thought about that as well, because, what's the use of being over there if I'm not speaking to what's being said in that environment? And I just think that that's really important. Now, for those of you all, love that, Lisa. Appreciate the feedback. Okay, so one of the things that I want to touch on today is building on yesterday's live. DJ K, I don't think that you were in here yesterday, but we covered a lot about the Esther Project yesterday. So if you were not with me yesterday and you're not familiar with the Esther Project, could you do me a favor and put a 2 in the comments? If you are not familiar with the Esther Project, put a 2 in the comments. Because it's incredibly important that everyone know about this document, know who it came from, and know what it's about. Yeah, I'm happy DJK is back as well. Okay, a lot of you guys weren't there yesterday and you're not familiar. Okay, so DJK, I'm going to let you chime in here in just a second. I'm going to give a brief recap of Project Esther. Cool? All right, so Rob, you're not familiar either. Okay, love this. So first, let me tell you that if you want to read the document for yourself, it's about 29 pages in length, and it's in my link tree. Rumble. I will put a link for my link tree on the profile over there because I just created it and haven't really done anything over there in the last week. But I will put it up over there so that you have access to the same information that everybody else has. So for everyone else, let me tell you about, thanks, East West. So I'll tell you, Project Esther was produced by the Heritage Foundation. So those are the same people that gave you Project 2025. Those are also the same people that gave you a document around the relationship between the United States and Israel. So if you all don't know, hey Mimi, I love that you're singing, sissy. Could you not sing so loud? um, so how many of you all are familiar with a document that came out by the Heritage Foundation in I believe it was March of this year? And the Heritage Foundation wrote an outline of what they believe our relationship with Israel needs to look like between 2029 and 2024. So March the 12th of this year, the Heritage Foundation put out a document. That document is called U.S.-Israel Strategy from Special Relationship to Strategic Partnership. That memorandum of understanding that we currently have expires in 2028. So what the Heritage Foundation has done is they have written a document that they put out in October 7th of 2024. So 1 year to the day of the attack that happened on October 7th of 2023. And then they followed it up 6 months later, 7 months later, with this report on what they believe our relationship with what our relationship with Israel needs to look like moving forward. So Project Esther and this document are related. And I really, really wish that more people in the news were talking about them. So let me pause for a second and ask my guest, DJK, are you familiar with both of those documents from the Heritage Foundation? Oh, what just happened? I lost him. I lost you for a second. Sorry about that.
No, no problem. I was saying we spoke about it a couple of weeks ago when I was on your panel the last time.
Yep.
But yes, I am. And then also we can mention that Project Esther, what they're trying to do is label anybody that is pro-Palestine, no matter what it is, as pro-H group.
Yes.
To kind of scare people away from, supporting Palestine.
Yeah. So I covered it in length yesterday. And for some reason, when people are referring to Project Esther, they're getting it confused with the other right things that they're trying to do in terms of taking away the rights of women. Do they want women to lose the right to vote? Yes. Right.
Yes.
That's just a fact. But that has nothing to do with Project Esther. Project Esther is specifically about, because in this country, if you become labeled in the intelligence community as a T group sympathizer. So for those of you guys who do not know, we have to be careful of language on TikTok. But if you are part of a terrorist organization, or if they can paint you as someone that is a sympathizer or a supporter, then you pretty much lose your rights. Like if they believe that you are a terrorist, the United States government can do just about anything they want to with you. Your free speech no longer applies. Your rights to attorneys no longer applies. The limits to being able to keep you detained no longer applies. Like all of those types of things. And even though portions of the Patriot Act did sunset in 2020, our federal agencies retain many of the things that specific bill allowed them to do. So what Project Esther says, and this is what the Heritage Foundation is attempting to do, is to draw a direct line from anyone that is pro-Palestinian or pro-Palestine state or anti-G-side or anti-ethnic cleansing, right? They're trying to draw a direct line from that position to anti-Semitism and a step further than that is pro-Hamas. That's what they're attempting to do. And they spell it out verbatim. They say that specifically in the document. And what I don't think that people are paying enough attention to is just how quickly that can escalate. And if you look at this document, we looked at it yesterday. It is in my link tree, so you can download it and look at it yourself. But I want to say that it's right around like page 15. Hold on, let me see. There's a couple, and I'm a print it off girl because I like to read and highlight and things like that. But they give you like what the strategy is. But at the very back of this document, like I said, it's only 29 pages long. At the very back of it, when you get to pages 20, it starts at page 19. So they have what they call ESs, and then they have what they call DEs. So ESs are the well, hold on, let me back up. Sorry, guys. I want to make sure that I'm at the very beginning, that where I want to be. Is that 2019? Where's 18? Sorry. I just want to.
I'm still here listening. I'm
Yeah.
just going to mute for like 1 minute, okay?
Cool. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Okay, so yeah, okay, I'm exactly where I want to be. All right, so listen, this part is important. And if you consider yourself to be a patriot, if you consider yourself to be someone that that cares about American values, that supports the information in the founding fathers and in our founding documents, you need to be paying attention to this, because this should matter to you. What's up, Denise? Good to see you. And the reason why is because, hey, Marcia, it says that you requested up. Let me know if you did not mean to, and I'll drop you back down. Okay, so the reason why this matters is that this document treads all over, pun intended, it treads all over your rights as an American citizen. Okay, so they outline what they call a couple of different things. They outline their desired end state, right? And they actually outline the desired effects. They outline also what are the things that are necessary. So necessary conditions. So this is one of the things that that the Republicans and the Heritage Foundation do very, very well. They plan well, they write blueprints well, they outline everything that is necessary to achieve what they want to achieve. And I'm wondering if the Democratic Party has anything that is even remotely similar. I see a little bit of coordination, right? So when we have the Democratic senators or the Democratic representatives from Texas going to Illinois, obviously that took coordination. And I think it was an intentional choice not to go to California, because I think Gavin needed to be able to say Texas folks aren't here in order for him to proceed with the redistricting of California, right? So it looks like there's some sort of coordination going on, but I'm wondering just how in depth it is, how robust it is, and how far they've gotten in the details. Because what they are outlining is, what's the state of this country at the end of this, right? What are the effects that we desire to have happen, and what must be necessary for us to do it? And then they actually even analyze the risks. What's the risk of us doing things this way? And that's something that I don't know that I think the Democratic Party has done a great job of over the years, is analyzing the risks of their messaging and of their strategy. What's up, Lisa? Feel free to let me know if you feel any differently about that. But that's just what I think. Oh, you see DJ K and you join? Yeah. So we're talking about, yesterday we covered Project Esther in detail, but here's the bottom line of what they want to do. They're not only trying to attack academic institutions, but faculty, staff, educators, students, student bodies, student organizations, and then other organizations like AMP. If there are other Muslim organizations in this country, or other human rights organizations in this country, and part of their mission is to put out accurate information about the state of Palestine and what the country, what the military and the government of Israel is doing to those people, then what the Heritage Foundation has outlined perfectly is they want to say that those people should lose funding. They should lose the ability to raise money. They should lose the ability to have access to campuses. They should lose their ability to run social media campaigns. They want to make social media platforms scared to even house those people, which is crazy to me, because they house white supremacists like it ain't nothing, but not when it comes to being pro-Palestinian. And let me tell you something, they want to use these words or these acronyms, HSN and HSO. So that means an H organization or a Hamas organization, supporting network or supporting organization. That's what it means. I refuse to use those acronyms because it's not accurate. What I'm saying is what they want to do is anybody that is pro-Palestinian, pro-Palestinian state, that's who they want to target. And what I'm not going to do is use their verbiage and make it sound like anybody that's pro-Palestine is an anti-Semite or is a danger. Like, I'm just not going to do that. So you want to jump in here, DJK? I see you, Bear.
So I wanted to add something. So thank you for that description, right? Because you're right on point with it, and I appreciate the fact that you're talking about this. And sorry I missed it yesterday. I would have loved to be part of that live. But I also wanted to add, because a lot of people don't know this. So there's a grassroots organization by the name of CAIR, CAIR, right? And this is the Council on American Islamic Relations. It's a grassroots civil rights and advocacy group. And it's the largest civil rights, Muslim civil rights liberties organization in the U.S., with its headquarters in Capitol Hill. And they are actually targeting them as well, along with the ADL is targeting them. And what they do really is, like I said, they are a grassroots civil rights advocacy group. So anytime, let's say, somebody gets fired from their job based on discrimination because they're Palestinian or they're pro-Palestinian, let's say that there is an attack, an Islamophobic attack, or whatever the case may be, they are trying to label now CAIR as TS sympathizers, right?
Yes.
Because they advocate for Muslims specifically, and they also do pro-Palestine and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So this is how far these people will go.
Yes.
In this Project Esther, they will literally target anybody and everybody, even if it's a civil rights group. And they have no shame, and they want to silence us as much as they possibly can. And it's absolutely not working, and I'm happy that people are waking up to it. So I wanted to add that part to add to what you were saying.
I love that. And so yesterday, and I want to keep talking about this because here's what, if you've been with me for a while, and I know we just met a few weeks ago, but for those of you guys that have been with me for a while, we have been talking about things and it seems like 5 or 6 months later, that's when mainstream media talks about them. And it pisses me off because we're missing the window where the information could actually be effective, right? So like all the things that they're talking about right now are around Pete Hegseth and his pastor, Doug Wilson, and how extreme they are. Listen, Doug and Nancy Wilson, Pete Hegseth's pastors, they've written books. They actually believe, get this, that wives can't be essayed by their husbands. They believe that a woman belongs to her husband and consent is not necessary. Like whenever he wants it, she should just be able to give it, right? Why are we talking about this today? Because you cannot tell me that CNN and MSNBC or anybody else didn't know who Pete Hegseth's pastor was the minute he was nominated. The minute he was nominated, they did all of their background check and they knew all of this information. So why are they holding on to it now? I ask myself questions like this. Why are we talking about it now? Who benefits from both the delay and discussing it now? What's up, Stacey D in the place to be, right? And this is how you start to go, ooh, who's involved, right? They're Wahhabi type. I don't know what is Wahhabi type?
He's joking. So there's a sect of Islam that people are, saying that they are the same way, but the reality of the matter is that it's not. But he's just being sarcastic.
I got it.
That's my Palestinian brother there.
Okay, no problem. But that's what I'm saying. These are the questions that we need to ask. And so same thing with this. We cannot wait. This is my belief, because let me tell you something. They project in Project Esther, the Heritage Foundation says they want to accomplish this within the first 2 years of them starting. That's
coming up. Right? That's literally right around the corner.
Yes. And so this is why we can't wait 6 months for anyone else to be talking about this. This is when every single person needs to be having this conversation and sharing it with the people that are in your circles of influence, because everyone needs to know about this information. And here's the thing that I'll say to everybody that goes, oh, it's this, it's that, it's whatever. Let me say this. How did that get missed by everyone? Tara Love, I don't think that it got missed. Let me just be clear. I don't think it got missed. I think they withheld it. It's the same way. Like, come on, y'all. Everybody's known who Jeffrey was. Everybody. This is what happens in the world of the rich and powerful. Everybody knew who Jeffrey and Ghislaine was, whether they knew for sure. You know good and well that they had heard all of the rumors about who Jeffrey is and the type of behavior they engaged in, right? We know that. And so what happened where his liability, him as a liability, became too great? What happened that for all of his net worth, for all of his whatever, he was finally in whatever, you know what I mean? And so all of that matters. Devontae, I saw your request up. I'm going to bring you up on the panel in just a second. Okay. Before I do that, I'm actually excited to have Bear with me. Bear is brand new to me and has joined from YouTube. So I want to give Bear an opportunity to hop up in here. And I appreciate everybody's grace because this is the first time I'm doing this many platforms at the same time. And I actually want to expand it. So let's do this.
Hello.
Hey, Bear, how are you?
Oh, I'm great. Is my audio okay? Yeah.
Yeah, your audio is great.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was just a case of I come across your stream on YouTube, saw the open link, just figured if it's okay if I just jump in and chat with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So what is it? Are you trying to talk about kind of the conversation we've been on, or you got something you want to add?
I can touch on the conversation you were having. I did come in a bit late, so I might have missed a good chunk of it. So if you just want to give me a refresher and I can comment on that.
Yeah, so we've been talking about Project Esther, which is written by the Heritage Foundation. Are you familiar with it?
Is that the one about the 30-year plan with what they're going to do with the fossil fuels, or is that something else?
Nope, that's something else. Yeah, they've got lots of plans and blueprints. No, this one is specifically around anybody that is pro-Palestinian and anti-Israeli government and Israeli military attacking and committing genocide in Palestine. And so
yes.
They have an entire plan to make any person or academic institution or organization that feels that way and supports that or demonstrates or speaks out in that way labeled as a sympathizer to Hamas in order to be targeted. And so that's what Project Esther is about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. So I would say for two things, even though I have a middle of the road opinion when it comes to the conflict in the Middle East, I would not want to see people who have certain views or beliefs on the conflict to be like persecuted or watched, because that's the war crime and it shouldn't be a thing. And secondly, if that is to come into place, that starts you down the road of like authoritarianism, pretty much like 1984. And even if it's a point of view that you agree with or disagree with, it shouldn't be something you'd want in place, because if it's then used against you, it's too late.
Yeah. 100%. Now, a couple of things. I think that we are middle down the road. We're well on the way to authoritarianism, in my opinion. I don't think that we're starting anything. We've been there. And I think that they continue to, Tish, you can't see them because they are on YouTube. So I'm on multiple platforms at the same time. And so I think that, when we put the National Guard on the ground in LA, and now we're doing it in DC, and now the Trump administration, I keep calling him an organization, the Trump administration is attempting to take over the DC police, right? All of those things are testing the limits of authoritarianism in this country. And so...
Yeah, oh, no, of course, because I do not want to see the military employed against civilians, because America has seen that before, and it hasn't turned out well when it has happened. And I believe there is something in Congress. I think it's, I can't remember the name because it's Latin, but you cannot use military personnel and equipment against civilians.
Correct. Yeah. So like for those of you guys who do not know, I'm a veteran. So I take great issue with the use of military personnel on US soil. It is not something that should occur ever. They don't even have the authority to like the National Guard can't arrest citizens. There are so many things that should not be taking place in this country that are. I do want to ask you about something before I pop over here to the boss. You said you have a middle of the road opinion about what's happening between Israel and Palestine, and I'd like to hear you elaborate on that. I'm interested in how you got to the middle of the road position.
So for me, it's a case of I have a middle of the road position because I don't feel it's something that affects me and the state I'm in that much where we should interfere. Because I'm one of those. I'm anti-interventionist. I think intervention should only happen if it poses like a huge threat to the state you're in.
So, so if that's the case, why did we form the UN? Why did all of us come together and say, hey, listen, we have to agree on things that should or shouldn't happen in order for us, because minding your business is how we got WW 1s and 2s. Like minding your business is how we got to there. Yeah. So the boss, I hear you on that. But what I'm saying is we have the very reason we have the agreements that we have as countries now is so that we do not go down that path. And for you to say that it doesn't impact you, it's just that you're not aware of how it does, because this idea that somehow we are an island unto ourselves doesn't work. What we allow to happen somewhere else increases the likelihood that it happens somewhere else and somewhere else and somewhere else.
Oh yeah, no, of course. I completely understand the because that goes back to like the domino theory where like with the 60s America, they were worried that if Cambodia falls, Vietnam, then it's up to the east and then it goes all the way to Mexico, which don't get me wrong, completely understand. And it should be a case of we could have intervention if we can see a far sight and say, okay, if we let this to go on down the line, it's a problem. I completely understand that. It's just that for me, I only feel that a country should intervene when it has like an abundance or it's reached the maximum prosperity it can do.
So let me ask you this question on that note. So do you live in the US or what country do you live in?
I'm from the UK. Sorry.
Okay. So, well, how about this? Because you're talking about intervention, but what about simply not enabling? Like, so Western civilization is part of this. So Western civilization is what makes it possible for Israel to do the things that it is doing to Palestine. So we can't say, oh, well, we're not going to intervene, because you are already. When you send the weapons, when you send the materials to Israel, you are already intervening, but it's on behalf of Israel.
You're intervening through. Yeah.
I just need for people to understand every school, every hospital, every press tent that gets targeted is the West's responsibility.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, we are intervening because we are enabling them, but I would say that we shouldn't enable them either, because you're building up that specific thing.
Yeah, and so my thing is, okay, so if we're then, but so here's my other question, and I have lots of them because I like the conversation.
No, it's all right. Please ask away.
So the other question that I would have is, if we believe that you should intervene, are the people in the UK going to their government and saying, hey, you shouldn't be intervening? Or are you just, because when we started the conversation, you said, well, I'm kind of indifferent about what's happening. And for me, I would rather people be hot or cold. I would rather people say I am for what this is, or I am against what this is, because indifference is how we get to inhumanity. This is how we get to inhumane places in our society. And indifference is dangerous, in my opinion. Like, it's one of the worst places we can be.
Yeah, no, I completely understand that. I would say that it's not so much about like not caring. It's just more that I'm indifferent to it because as in the current state that the UK is in now, we should be indifferent to it because we do not have an abundance or maximum prosperity. If the UK was a complete wonderland utopia, then I would say, okay, yes, we do have that such a sway to intervene and this abundance to intervene.
Yeah, and again, I'm not asking you to intervene. I'm asking you to not enable. But give me 1 second.
Yeah. Sorry, I should have said.
If I can just respond, I don't know if is he able to hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
So from what I'm hearing is it's not affecting me personally, so I really don't care, right?
Oh no, I'm not saying that because if I make that argument, it's yeah.
It was fine while you spoke, please.
Hold on. Let him finish, and then I'm gonna go back and forth. Let me navigate you guys. Go ahead, DJK.
Yeah. Thank you. So yeah, that's what I'm hearing, right? And you're absolutely right. Nobody's asking you to intervene, but don't be complicit. Don't be an active participant. Because even as we stand here today, the UK actually provides Israel and the IDF with surveillance over Palestine, Gaza, and so on a daily basis. So if you're saying don't intervene, well, they just like Dani was saying, you're intervening, but you're intervening in favor of the people that are committing the genocide and the HCOS on Palestinians. Also, I wanted to state when it comes to the UK, you're stating, we're in this state where, basically financially or whatever the case is. Well, that's more of a reason why you should speak up, friend, because if that's why I'm here in the United States and that's why I'm speaking up, because all of the money that they are taking from my tax dollars that is going to support this genocidal regime. Meanwhile, we're struggling here in the United States. Many are struggling, working paycheck to paycheck, running up credit card debt just for groceries. So it does. So that's more of a reason for you, friend, to actually speak up, right?
Yeah.
One other thing, and I'll make it really quick. Let's not also forget that the UK is silencing your people. They actually just arrested a week ago in one protest over 800 pro-humanity protesters.
Yeah.
They actually labeled the Palestine Action Group as a T group, all in the name of Israel, correct?
Yes.
This is what they're doing. So I think it is in your best interest, friend, to actually intervene and speak up on your behalf and the behalf of your citizens, because, you don't want to go to the future and realize that you were complicit and you were literally just stood quietly while hundreds of thousands of Palestinians starved to death at the hands of your government and the West.
Yeah, see, so just to reply to that, the thing is, I completely agree with you. The United Kingdom should not be enabling Israel with financial and material aid. The Palestinians that are all starving to death, it is completely wrong. I'm against that. I do speak up and criticize my government in a public manner. Our government is terrible, and we do arrest people for pretty much non-crimes that should not be a thing. Yeah. It is just a case of what my government does is not a representative of me as a citizen. I completely disagree and disavow my government and speak out against them. So it's a case of what the government does is not something I would do. So the actions my government takes isn't indicative of me as an individual.
So here's going to be my question for you, because I think this is the part where we have to do more than, because, okay, so let me say this. And I appreciate you. Listen, I'm always grateful for this type of dialogue and discourse, especially when it's done respectfully. I really love it.
Yeah.
And let me say this. I do push a little bit because we have to get out of this place of being comfortable. So when we started the conversation, and I recapped what we were discussing, you led with, I'm kind of indifferent, middle of the road about what's happening, about the conflict in the Middle East, right? And at this point in the conversation, it's, I disagree and I disavow my government for what they are doing. And I do speak out against them. And so for me, indifference doesn't usually lead to speaking out against them. And then my question is, how fervently, how impassioned are you having these conversations with the people that are in your inner circles? Are you writing letters to the editor? Are you going to Parliament? Are you, like, how important is it? Because I'm going to tell you where we are. Where we are right now is a ridiculously dangerous place globally. And when you say that you guys are not in the best financial place, the UK has given over $700 million worth of export licenses for weapons to Israel just since 2015. So in the last decade, right? I really have a hard time when we start talking about money and we're talking about humanity. I get a little like, because I would rather, and I don't even know half the people on this panel with me, but I would rather have DJK and the boss, because that's his friend, so he's got to be good people, and Jabber, who I know. I would rather have all of us with half of what we have materially now, owning a piece of land together, having community damn gardens, educating each other's children, being a community and looking out for each other, than to sit back and say, I can have X more amount in my bank account. My stocks can look like this. My 401k can look like this. And it's all okay as long as I let them absolutely unalive as many brown people in Palestine as they want to, and call it fucking resettlement, right? This is not resettlement. This is not relocation. This is not any of that. It is absolute ethnic cleansing and genocide. And there's not a person anywhere that I think should just be sitting back at this stage of the game and saying, you know what? Our country is not like, that's what the United States did to France. Like, after France saved our ass, when it was our turn to step up, we were like, you know what? It might put us in a bad position, right? And so I'm just saying, we are each other's keeper.
Sorry to cut you, because I asked, when you were saying about with America and France, are you talking about with France helping America in the Civil War? And then I was going to say, though, America did help France with its revolution, you know.
Yeah, no, not when the rubber met the road. Washington and Hamilton were like, you know what? I just think we won't. Right. So not when we got to the no, we did not. We abandoned them. But
no, I was going to say, Franklin went over and roused up their idea of what a republic is and what their idea of liberty should be.
Yeah, I just think that where we are at this stage of the game, we could talk about apartheid in South Africa. Let me do this. So hold one. I'm going to put a pin right there. I'm going to go to the boss next. Give me 1 second, Jeffrey. Let me go up the panel. So I can go to everybody in the order in which they came in. Yeah, we can talk about. So don't get me started on the billionaire in Israel, Dan, and his shit in the Congo, how many of you all know about Mr. Dan, the billionaire Israel? I know DJK does, and I know the boss does. How many of the rest of you know about the billionaire that I'm talking about in Israeli billionaire and what he's doing in the Congo? How many of you all know who I'm talking about?
Is he the one that is mining uranium in the Congo?
They're using Congolese people as modern-day slaves to abstain and extract lithium batteries to go into your Androids and your iPhones. How about let's talk about how the U.S. funds for that extraction every single day, and so does Israel. Let's talk about the oppressed people. It is not just about Palestine. This is the freedom of all oppressed people. But the difference is, in Palestine, we are watching starvation being done, not from a civil war or from lithium batteries or being enslaved to extract certain products to fund American products illegally from our taxpayer money. Not only are we suffering, but they're suffering. If we're making $1, they're making half a cent in their country to make us comfortable. And all the while we're paying healthcare, free education, free birthright to Israel, a place that we don't have free birthright to.
And just so everybody,
talk about it, Dani. Yeah,
because so this is the thing. So Dan Gertler is his name. For those of you all who do not know, his name is Dan Gertler, Gertler. So we have gone back and forth under Democratic leadership sanctioning him, and then Republican leadership, like the last time Trump was in office, and easing those sanctions, and then sanctions coming back under Biden. And then literally last year, even under Biden, we were exploring easing the sanctions against this person. And this is what I talk about. This is when I get really pissed. I don't want to hear, this is when I get angry. I don't want to hear that people care about kids, because you don't. If you did, we'd be talking about this very thing that the boss and I are talking about right now. If you cared about women, everything would look much different. And these are the things that are happening. And here's what I'm saying is the fact that so many people were like, nope, not a clue. I don't know. I didn't know any of this until I realized. So listen, y'all know I draw circles a lot. Don't judge me. I do, but they're very good in making a point. So I'm just going to show you guys real quick.
I was going to say that was a good pun there. I'm good at drawing circles because they make a point.
So let me just tell you, I love these. So let me just show you this. This circle is everything you could ever possibly know in your entire existence, right? And then this section right here is what you know. Mila, not so loud. This is what you know that you know out of everything that you could know in your brain. This is what you know that you know, right? This right here, this is what you know that you don't know. For example, I don't know how to fly a damn plane, right? So I know that I don't know that. But everything else over here is what I don't know that I don't know. And so what happens is I have to step outside of my little world and the things that impact me on a regular basis. And I have to go, there's something happening over here. And you cannot tell me that the majority of people in this world haven't heard about what's happening in Palestine. You can't tell me that, right? Because I know that they have. But people are just choosing to go, oh, that looks really sad. That poor little girl, that poor little boy, that poor, press member. And then they're just going on with regular life, right? But at some point, you have to get outside of yourself and go, I need to know what this is about. And then you become more informed. And that is how I learned about Dan Gertler. Yeah, baby. Yes, love. Yes.
And then, as far as Dan Gertler goes, I just want to put this out there for the chat. So his business empire spans from diamonds, copper, cobalt, gold, iron, oil, banking, agriculture. He has literally stolen over $1.3 billion from Congo. And this is it's definitely worth looking into, chat, because it is very, very deep. And his family is actually a very prominent family, and they're the ones, they actually secured the massive exclusive mining and diamond rights largely through their close relationship with, I believe it was President Kabila. There's so much information, guys, and when you start to tie all this together, when we're talking about oppression and genocide and starvation throughout the world, it is the same people that are committing these acts everywhere. So we need to get to the root cause of the problem and really figure out, how do we stop them? Is it for like a complete dismantlement? What is it that we need to do to stop? And once we free Palestine and liberate Palestine, I 100% feel this in my heart and in my soul. The rest of the world will follow because it is the same perpetrator. 100%. It is Israel.
I've got an answer to that as well.
Inshallah.
Yeah, it really is. And this is the thing. So like for Americans who don't get it, literally go back and watch Bibi sitting before Congress and leading us straight to.
Can I just tell him something in Arabic? السلام محمد، البث حبيبي، البث اللي موجودين عليه للسياسة الأمريكية قاعدين نحكي مع في حوالين كل الدنيا. إذا بنقدر بحكي لنا، إذا أنت بدك تحكي لنا أخبار، بس هالكتاب نحكي عن موضوع ثاني، إذا يعني بكل إذن حبيبي محمد.
إن شاء الله.
أبونا بيشمايا.
فهمني محمد؟ He's a Danny, he's a journalist حبيبي معك. بس حبيت مش اني انا بديش حبيبي، البث اللي موجودين عليه قاعدين نحكي هذا البث عيون لا مش صهيوني هذا مش صهيون بس قاعدين نحكي مع يوتيوب ورغم في كثير ناس قاعدين بتسمعوا وبيحكوا معنا من مناطق ثانيه بس دقيقه بس اقعد لي وبخليهم بس دقيقه بس so Danny, he's a journalist from Gaza. He's a prominent journalist. He followed me up here because he wants to be able to give some updates. I was just telling him some of the things that we're talking on.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, can I just let the chat know? Because Palestinians, as you know, they are suffering mass starvation. And Muhammad does not ask for this. Like I said, he's a journalist. But anybody and everybody that could possibly support him by sending maybe some a little bit of coin to him would be greatly appreciated. And you know, whatever.
So let me just say this, my folks. Do what we do. Take care of him, because that's.
Could I ask you a question, Danny?
Sure.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Oh, fine. I didn't want to cut off the other guy who was speaking.
Thank you.
It's okay. So I was just going to ask, when you were saying about like what could be our solution to Israel and Palestine, could I ask your solution and then potentially give mine, if that's okay?
Sure. You know what? I don't know. So let me say this. And I'm starting to get emotional. So let me just say this to you all. I don't do this. Nobody pays me to do what I do. I got to politics because of advocacy, right? Because I didn't even like politics. But it was only when I really started to connect the dots between corporations and politicians and policy and what it was doing to people. That's what got me to this. And so I was somebody that was raised like neck deep in Christianity down in the South. I was raised believing that, you know, Israel was, you know, chosen and the Bible and this and that, and we should just do all the things. And like, I would have sounded like Ted Cruz talking to Tucker Carlson 20 years ago. Right. And so this is not something that I'm not an expert in to even offer an opinion
that's fine.
about a solution. But here's what I would say is that number one of the first things that I would say is the West should stop arming Israel.
Yeah.
That would be the first thing I would say. That would do a lot. Can we just like not do that? Can we go ahead and put Bibi's ass in jail? Because I've never seen a war criminal just walk the hell around like he ain't got to do nothing. Can we, like, these are the things that I think these are just basic things that I know off the top of my head, but I learned when DJ K was here the last time. I learned when Jabber was here and continues to be here. It's why I'm so excited to get them on my podcast. I don't know enough, but I want to know. And I want to know because now that I know, I can't unlearn. Now that I know, I have to know, and I have to tell as many people as I can, because there are people who it would matter to if they knew.
Yeah.
And so I don't know.
And I feel like a lot of people don't really know the history. So when we talk about Israel, Palestine, you got to talk about what happened after World War II, right? Or 1896. So after World War II, I think they came in agreement to give these so-called Jews from Europe a place in the Middle East, right? And they had the greater concept area. So the state of Israel was made in 1948. A lot of people don't know about that.
Yes.
1948 and 1947, Palestinians owned that land.
My daughter's in the background going, the Nakba, which I didn't know about. I didn't know about the Nakba until this year, right?
Well, let's take it back, right? So in 1896, these so-called European Jews had an idea for the greater concept of Israel, right? Let's take control. So if you notice one thing, the Israelis have been trying to destabilize the Middle East, destabilize Libya, destabilize Iraq. Okay, let's go back to 1979 when the Shah fell and the Israel and the ISIS won the revolution. So the biggest problem we have here is that, yes, it is corporations, right? Think about it. The Middle East has 30% of the world's oil. Of course, they're going to be there. Think about it. 1963, JF Kennedy was assassinated, but prior to the assassination, he was...
Stay unalive so TikTok don't get me, please.
Unalive, right? Prior to unaliving, he told them not to have a nuclear whatever, and they said, okay, they lied to him. And November of 1963, I think he on the live, and out of nowhere they had a whole nuclear program going on. And again, you're not lying. We should stop funding Israel, but the problem is we can't because of the Rothschild. They are very important. The Rothschilds and Bill Gates, you know what I'm saying? Like, because it's very important. So it's like, even though we want to try to stop them, they have so much time. These Jewish gangsters have been ruling the Congress for so long.
So be careful before you get my live in trouble. So I want to be clear. Yeah, because listen, I need to be clear about something.
Yeah, I was going to say, straight, they can take your stream down for stuff like that. It's stupid.
Dani, if I could just jump in, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
DJK is very familiar with me, and I am a member of that group. So let me get a little latitude with that because I am a Jew. So let me just say first off, and I just want to say this very quickly. I'm not sure who you're talking to. It sounds like maybe on YouTube or something. I would like to just give this question and see what you think of it. Can you imagine a better way to lose your own human rights than to only care about your own human rights?
100%.
Yes, I can. From Black Shackle American slavery. Yes, I can. This has been going on for too long. I'm sorry to interrupt you guys, but I can't be quiet no more, Dani. Jeffrey, you already know what's going on. You are a smart man. You already know. There was a Nigerian president, okay, that got assassinated, unalived, or whatever I can use. Dani, just correct me, or you guys put
say unalive so TikTok doesn't get me. Go ahead.
Please, because I don't know, and I'm not going to say I don't care, but I don't know.
Right.
Please put the filters on the chats for Dani. Jeffrey, you know that he wanted to make Africa one currency, and they got rid of him. You know why they got rid of him? Because he wanted to make Africa one, from North Africa to South Africa to West Africa to East Africa. He wanted to make us one currency because he knew we were powerful. He knew we had natural gas sitting underneath Gaza and underneath the Rafah. He knew.
Yeah.
He knew. Okay?
So
and this is what they do.
I have always said this. Let me
disobey me, Dani.
Let me interject this. So this is what I say. There is never a case of white powerful people positions. So y'all know in this country, that's the only group of people that have ever run this country, right? Rich white men. And so they are not scared that Black and brown people, that they're not scared. It's not a case of them finding out that Black and brown people are smart or powerful or any of that. They know. They're afraid that we will find it out and that we will all unify in that endeavor.
Dani, that's why I wanted him to answer that question.
Yeah. So Bear, this is the question that he was asking is, can you imagine a better way to lose your rights than only caring about your rights? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was going to say, when he means that, I'm guessing he's saying that if we just focused on ourselves, like let's say hypothetical state, if they just focused on themselves over time, because they've just been about themselves, they would become isolated and become just like crumbling on itself.
Yeah. And this is the thing. So it's interesting to me when people will say all the time about, like, I hear people saying all the time, the American dream is unalived. And I'm like, well, for some people, it never had a breath of life in it anyway. Or if it did, it was like a little, like that was it, because not everybody has access to the same dream. Not everybody has access to the same things that make the dream possible. And I am tired of, and this is what I hear predominantly from white people, is they'll say, oh, well, compared to this other country, that's why they're all coming here. And this is my thing.
Sorry.
Yeah, you don't get to do that for the rest of us. I'm gonna tell you now, the only reason I see as many white people today concerned about what's happening in this country is because it's the first time that many white people have ever had to be scared of their government. That is the only reason so many people in the United States of America, white people in the United States of America, care about what's happening now. is because it's the first time they've ever had to be scared of their own government. The rest of us, we're just like, welcome to the damn club. We've been here for a good minute. Now you know what it's like.
See, yeah, don't get me wrong. You are correct there. With obviously, if you go back historically, white people haven't had to fear their government because of like the institutional power. So it is true that with other indigenous or non-indigenous groups in America, yeah, they've been fearful of the government with the power they've held. And I do understand with what you're saying that, oh, now white people are starting to fear. For me, I would say that no matter which race or sex that you are, you should always be fearful of the government. Just, because I don't want to see one race of people oppressed or another having so much constitutional power. It should be a case of everyone should be equal, but always be fearful of your government.
Okay, so can you share with me a time where you gave up your privilege?
When you say that, what do you mean? Sorry.
No, it's okay. The reason why I'm asking you that is I'll hear a lot of folks will say something to the effect of like what you just said, is that I don't want to see any other people oppressed. And then my question becomes, so are you aware of the privilege that you have? Because a lot of times when people think oppression, they think being enslaved, or they think Jim Crow, or they think apartheid, and they don't recognize all the other ways in which oppression happens, whether it's especially economically or whether it's educationally. And so I have to ask this because let me tell you something. The only way that we ever end racism, whether it's in the United States of America or globally, is when white people decide that they no longer want their privilege and they want everybody else to be on an equitable playing field with them. And I personally, I'm just being really honest. You can say whatever you want to say about this. Hear me with the love in which I say this. I don't have the experience of trusting white people to ever get to that place.
Yeah, no, I completely understand, because obviously with what history has shown, you are fearful and you are worried that it's no matter how much amount of time you can't envision that happening. I mean, with myself, truthfully, because I am white, but with myself, it's never a case of I've never seen race. I see class. I've never seen. Don't get me wrong. With oppression, you can be oppressed in ways that you wouldn't really see as oppression. Like, you could say, oh, enslavement is oppression, which it is. But I would say there are other minor ways that you can be oppressed that no one should have to do. And with myself and the privilege, I would personally say that I don't have privilege. I can understand why you say I do, and maybe I do, and I just don't recognize it. Mm-hmm. But I would say that I don't really have that privilege.
Right. And so what I think that what that would probably mean to you is I can tell, because the intersectionality. So in the many different ways in which oppression and discrimination can occur, the one that you do recognize is classism, which would tell me that you do not come from an economically advantaged background, right?
Yes.
Right. So so what you see is the oppression that happens to you because of classism. You don't see oppression that happens racially because it's never impacted you, which is kind of the same attitude that you had when we started talking about the Middle East in the beginning, right? So when we talk about oppression, there are places of intersectionality. So you have had opportunities that you didn't have access to because of the class in which you existed monetarily, right? However, you didn't lose your access because you're Black, right?
Okay, so, yeah, no, I was going to say, yeah, I see what you mean now, and I probably have had access to something that I wouldn't have access to if I was of another race. I would say, though, that although not personally, me family, like obviously going back a generation or two, has faced racial discrimination before. Mm-hmm. Because obviously all my grandparents were immigrants and they had to deal with their own certain levels of racial prejudice and change.
Right. I hear you. And what I would say is that, so would you say that that's racial, or would you say that that's more ethnicity? Because when I think race, I think the levels of melanin in your skin.
Right? Yeah, I was going to say you're right. Yeah, it's probably more ethnicity than race.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks different, and that's because it's because we're here and you're there. I get it. So hold on one second. So Mohammed is coming back, and what I want to give him an opportunity to do, because he is members of the press in Gaza, and so DJK, I want you to.
Tell you what, I'll jump off this panel. I'd just like to say thank you for having me, and hopefully do this again soon.
Yeah, Bear, you're welcome back anytime.
Take care, Dani. Take care, everyone.
Thank you. You too.
So he's gonna speak in Arabic, and I'm gonna translate. He's gonna give us the updates. Muhammad, like I said, is a prominent journalist in Gaza. He is 100% verified. He is on lives with us all the time, and he's going to give us some of what he's witnessing today and what's going on. As you guys all know, hopefully, the occupation, the IDF, recently carried out an assassination attempt, or not attempt, They unalived 5 Al Jazeera journalists, the whole team of journalists in Gaza from Al Jazeera. And he is, alhamdulillah, I think we've reached now 262 journalists that the occupation has unalived since October 7th of 2023 in an effort to silence the truth that is coming out of Gaza. محمد حبيبي تفضل وبس شوي علي وبترجم لك شوي تفضل محمد. موجود؟
تمام. يعني ميدانيا خلينا تمام موجود معك اخوي. تمام حبيبي. يعني ميدانيا خلينا نحكي لك عن اليوم ايش صار داخل غزة. يعني اليوم الاحتلال الاسرائيلي كثف غاراته على المناطق الجنوبيه الشرقيه لمدينه غزه، وتحديدا حي زيتون. هناك نسف كبير للمباني. المجازر ما زالت مستمره. اعداد كبيره من الشهداء وصلت اليوم مستشفيات قطاع غزه. اذا بدك تترجم عشان ما اطيل عليك بس
اتم من شهداء اليوم كنت دخلوا على المستشفى.
عشرات الشهداء وجرحى يعني لحتى اللحظه حسب ما صرحت به وزاره الصحه اكثر من 70 شهيد. جل الشهداء هم من الاطفال.
Okay, دقيقة بس. So he's saying today that the occupation is targeting the north of Gaza, near Gaza city as well, and he's saying that they have also demolished more buildings. They're heavily dropping aerial bombardments on majority of the buildings there that are remaining in Gaza. As of right now, there are dozens of martyrs reaching up to 70. And when we talk about this number of 70 martyrs, this is just the ones that have actually reached the hospitals. Obviously we know that there are many martyrs that get stuck under the rubble that have never been accounted for. And he's saying that they are aggressively attacking them currently. He's saying a vast majority of the martyrs today are children. This is just today, guys, just today. اتفضل محمد كمل.
Go ahead.
طبعا اخوي يعني الاحتلال الاسرائيلي يكثف غاراته منذ اغتيال الزملاء الصحفيين. يكثف غاراته على مدينة غزة بشراسة. يعني لا ننام طوال الليل. أعداد الانفجارات التي تسمع يعني تقدر بمئات أطنان المتفجرة تلقى على رؤوسنا داخل قطاع غزة. نعيش داخل الخيام. لا يوجد مكان نحتمي به من الضربات الجوية ومن القصف المستمر علينا وعلى أبناء شعبنا جميعا. الوضع صعب وكارثي جدا داخل قطاع غزة. الوضع صعب جدا وكارثي أخوي دي جي كي.
Yeah, so what he's saying is that they have the bombardments have intensified. With the brutalities and barbarism is absolutely insane, and they continue to intensify, and they continue to drop these ordnance from the sky on the heads of the civilians that are seeking refuge in tents. that have already lost everything, and they are just continuing their barbarism and the intensity of these aerial bombardments. If you want to ask him any questions, you're welcome to, Dani. It's up to you.
So yeah,
محمد هي تبدأ تسألك سؤال. دقيقة بس خليها تسألك سؤال وأنا أترجم لها. دقيقة بس. Go ahead.
تمام.
Yeah. So, DJK, you remember last week or so when they showed an aid worker, and they had videoed, and there was a gentleman who had encountered the IDF, and then just unprompted they unalived him in the head, and she was giving him aid, and it made national news. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
I do.
So
yes.
that's a friend of my daughter's, and like so. We have the video from like the day before that Palestinian man and his family, they had done a birthday cake, and they had celebrated a birthday just the day before, and for her and all the things. And so the very next day after that occurs, she watches him be unalived, and is trying to give him aid. She's trying to get back in now. I don't know the questions to ask. Here's what I want people to know, because people think that when the things that you're reporting and that he's reporting come out, that somehow it's not true, and that it's not really happening. What are the best places for people to get factual information so they can know what really is happening?
Yeah, so I can answer that, to be quite honest with you. So,
Sure.
First of all, honestly, I applaud your daughter, first of all, right, for making these relationships with the Palestinians. And it's an unfortunate thing, right? People that we establish relationships with, people that we grow to love, and really join the family. Like I have met so many Palestinians in Gaza that have actually been martyred, right? I met them on this app, and I get news that they've been martyred. But we have to continue to speak out, and the fact that your daughter is still trying to find ways is amazing. I will say the best way that I have found, Dani, is to have these journalists come up and speak their story.
Yeah.
And what we do is we have them come up on our lives on a daily basis, and we will translate. And then there's many of them that actually will come up and they speak perfect English.
Mm-hmm.
So they will come up and they will speak to the crowd. There's a man by the name of Sammy. He's on this app. He's a journalist. He actually worked with David Muir from ABC News. And he's won many of Emmys, right? And he is there, and he actually comes up and speaks on what's going on. I've learned that is the best way to get information, to be quite honest with you.
Okay, got it.
I have,
I would love if at least once a week, you guys could come at least once a week and give an update for the people who do follow me, and who want to know. And then my next question is, how best can we help?
Yes. So majority of them have a GFM in their profile.
Okay.
So that's probably the best way to help. But as you see, TikTok is an amazing source for them to be able to, as we see the coins, right? Because they're able to transfer these coins, even though I think they get charged over 50%, they lose. But they still, like, what we try to do on our lives is bring them up, at least get them 5,000, so they can afford to get some flour and water for their families. And we can't forget that majority of the people that we see coming on this app is they are taking care of entire families, dozens of people, living side by side, whether it's a dozen people in one tent or families in side-by-side tents. So the coins help, but they also have the GFMs in their profiles.
Okay.
That is the best way.
So for those of you guys, sorry.
There's also a number of charities that are operated in tandem with people on the ground in Palestine. Soul of Palestine is one of them. I work with them a lot, and their accounts are on here where you can actually gift to the account. But it is a 501 registered C3, so like you get tax money back if you donate directly and give money to TikTok.
So for those of you. So for those of y'all who are asking GFM, we can't say what that is. So think about what a lot of people in this country will do if someone unalives and they can't pay for the funeral. They set up one of these things and then people help.
Yeah, and Dani, so if you guys, A Money, if you can comment again. So A Money in the chat, she has the orange, the Clementine in her profile, started a new organization called Clementine. Okay, so this not only does it go to support the families in Gaza, it's really focused on creating soup kitchens, right? So that way we can feed thousands of people, hundreds, if not thousands of people in one go. And it's also going to focus on potentially the help of rebuilding, right? Yeah, A Money is able to bridge their different organizations. The Clementine organization is able to bridge between agencies that are already established and that are on the ground, that have networked already, and we bridge that gap and bring all of them together, and therefore, you know what I mean, we can support the Palestinians as much as possible. So there's many different things.
Yeah. 100%. So my subscribers and followers that are on here, while Mohammed is on my panel, do me a favor and just whatever you would normally gift to me, just gift to him while he's on here. That way we can do the best that we can in this point. And then if you want to be able to assist, follow. Appreciate you guys doing that. Just go ahead and follow him. And then if you feel led to do so and you're able to do so, do the GFM, right? If you're able to do that. Yep, I know you have, Stacey.
Real quick, I'm so sorry. I know I keep jumping in, but I just want to put this out there. So the A Money in the chat, she also opens lives every single night around 9 p.m. Eastern, around between 9 and 10 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
And then we do not allow any Zionists on the panels. It is literally a community space. We come up, we talk about. There's many educated people on the panel. I go up there. There's a brother of mine, Mr. Spades, goes up there. There's quite a few. Marks goes up there. Quite a few people that actually come up, and we actually have these discussions. And then people from Gaza come up as well, and they give the recounts of what happened that day.
Thank you, guys.
And to clarify, DJ, sorry to jump in on you, buddy. Hi, buddy. Victoria. She every night since October 7th, 2023. I should mention. Right?
Wow.
Yes.
Every night, A Money has opened alive since October 7th, 2023.
And she's a Palestinian, by the way.
Yes.
Okay, got it. So
we're dropping people. A few hours from now, also, there is a man in Gaza named Surda, who is a very good friend of mine, who is the one who is basically the organizer of Soul of Palestine on the ground inside of Gaza. His live is open every day in the afternoon. His name's on my bio. You can link there. And we have journalists every day. Multiple journalists reporting from multiple areas of Gaza every day. So, like everybody's saying, find a place to show up. Wherever it is, whoever it's with, find a place to show up.
Yes, 100%. I do love this community. So as you can...
I don't think you should put multiple... I don't think that you should put Jabber multiple, because of what they're going through. I don't think you should say that out loud, but that's just me.
Wait, what did I do?
I missed it.
I don't think you should say, I just don't think you should say there are multiple places. You know what I'm saying, DKK?
Yeah, so
I just don't want to out them out. I don't want to. Yeah, I just don't want to.
It's okay. I understand, boss.
Because I get nervous even with the pastor over there at the church. Like I was nervous for him, so I just don't want them to say all their stuff.
No, definitely. So when we have these Palestinians coming up on the panels, they understand the risk, unfortunately, right? The same way the journalist, the Palestinian journalist in Gaza, they understand the risk of them just broadcasting and sharing information with us. But they vow, right? They vow never to be silenced. They vow that that their story will be heard. And they rely on us, right, to actually be able to either translate or to echo their voices and amplify their voices. So yeah, just like we saw, we know Enes, right? Enes El Sharif, the journalist. There's 5 that were targeted in that one attack on the Al Jazeera crew. They have actually had a hit on him for over a year, right? Yep. They've came up with many.
I'm saying is they don't have to say their exact where they're at,
No, nobody's saying. Yeah. They don't say where they're at.
I'm just worried for them. You know what I'm doing.
I got you. Yeah, I got you.
So
they're watching me.
DJ K.
We understand.
Yeah.
DJK, is it accurate that his nephew has now taken up his role and become a member of the press as well? I saw that on social media, but I wasn't sure.
Yes, absolutely. And look, so they've even unalived the youngest journalist out there, a little girl. She was a journalist. And you know what I mean? So this is what they do, right? They continue to target Palestinians thinking that they're going to silence them.
Yeah.
What's crazy is they even offered Enes and his family, apparently, to leave Gaza, right? They're like, oh, we'll pay for you to leave Gaza.
Yep.
And he was like, he's like, I will die on this land if that's what it's going to take.
Yeah.
He goes, because my people need to be heard. We need to expose and show the world what Israel and the West are doing. Because it's not just Israel, it is absolutely the West.
Yes.
Is not complicit, but active participants in giving them the green light and the cover to do all of these atrocities.
100%.
So, don't forget where this started, DJ Key. Don't forget where this started. This started from Sinai. Listen to me, Dani. My grandfather was a Purple Heart general. He was a frontline general in the 7-Day War. This is what the IDF is known for. They're known for unaliving children. This is their motto. This is how they operate. They're known for pressing buttons. You know why that war on the 6th October bridge escalated in Egypt and why the Abraham Accords were put into place for a peace treaty? Because the president down here in America called and said, calm down.
Yes.
They boom the bus. They boom the bus.
Yeah. So
full of elementary school kids.
يعني بعد إذنكم جميعا.
اتفضل حبيبي اتفضل. كان محمد continue for a couple minutes.
Yes. Yeah.
احنا كصحفيين داخل احنا كصحفيين داخل غزة اخوي دي جي كي مهددين بالقتل بأي لحظة. وانتوا شفتوا الاحتلال ايش بيبعث لنا تهديدات وايش بيبعث لنا كذا، ولكن احنا متواصلين ومستمرين بالتغطية رغم كل الكلام اللي بيحكوه، ولكن ما في إن حماية. العالم وين عن اللي قاعد بيصير بالصحفيين وقاعد بيصير واللي قاعد بيصير بأهلنا بقطاع غزة؟ العالم وين أخوي دي؟ هذا الكلام اللي هيك تقولوا للغرب.
Let me just translate before I forget what he's saying. So he is saying that all journalists are being threatened at every single moment of every single day. They continue to threaten them. There is not a safe place for them. Meanwhile, they continue to broadcast and share the news. He is stating that where is the safety for the journalism community?
Right.
The world has basically sold us out. The world does not take care of us. The world does not protect us. We are, as journalists, just as there are journalists in the U.S. and throughout the West. Everybody cares for their safety, but when it comes to Palestinians, nobody cares about us Palestinians here in Palestine, and they want to silence every single journalist so they can continue to commit these atrocities and massacres in silence, in the guise of nothing is happening. This is why they continue to target them. And just to be clear, guys, he is saying there is never a safe day for them. Every single day they get threats, literally death threats, every single day from the occupation.
Yeah. So for those of you also, I hope that I do want him to, I hope that he does know that this community does care. If you can, and I think they're demonstrating that with lots of love, lots of gifts and things like that. I just want him to know that this community and because it's not just here. It's like we have a really great community and they do care and they do send prayers and they will assist. If you tell them, that's why I asked the question, how can we best help? Because they will take action. They will do things that they can help and they will share the information. Riley, and be careful. Don't put the GFM in the comments. Please don't do that because TikTok will get me because it says you're soliciting. So don't put GFM. Don't put that term in the comments, please. And just, and just so that he also knows that I just want him to understand that we understand that his fight is also part of other marginalized folks around the world who are experiencing it in different ways, but by the same group of people that are all connected. You know what I mean? So we appreciate the sacrifice. At least let me just speak for me. I appreciate it. I understand the cost that comes with it. I know it's like to be threatened and try to be paid off, but in a smaller way. Nobody was going to unalive me. But I know what it is to take a stand for what is right. And as a veteran, I know what that commitment is. That commitment that says I will unalive on this hill because this is the right thing to do. So just so he knows that. Yeah.
محمد هيدا بتحكي لك انه هيدا واقفين هيدا وكل اللي هنا 350 واحد ومش بس اللي في البث اللي موجودين فيه الامريكان جميعا وكلهم مع فلسطين مزبوط كلياتهم مش بس عشان الحكومه مش مع فلسطين ومع الاحتلال اللي هيدا بتعرفهم كل Sorry, I did. I had a phone call. الشيء اللي بتعرفهم واقفين مع فلسطين عشان كلياتنا السود حبيبي كلياتهم نفس الشيء معهم مزبوط. الحكومة اللي قاعدة بتجرب تنزل عليهم وتدمر عليهم بس اللي واقفين كلياتهم واقفين مع فلسطين. وزي ما بتشوف هي بتعيط وبتقول لك وقت ما بدك تقدر تيجي مرة بالأسبوع إذا بتحب وتحكي لنا عن شو بيصير في غزة وأنا باجي معك وترجم لك ودائما في لك محل هنا في بقصة موجودة لك حبيبي.
والله يسعدك أخوي ديجكي. ثانك يو والله يستطيعنا. الحمد لله. ثانك يو والله شكرا لكم والله. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. يعني هاي يمانا ومحمل برقابنا وحقيقة ولازم نوصلها للجميع ولازم نوصل للجميع ايش قاعد بيصير داخل غزة من إبادة ممنهجة علينا وعلى أبناء شعبنا من إبادة يعني من تجويع ومن إبادة ومن قهر ومن نزوح ومن كل شيء أخوي ديجكي. أخوي يوميا هاي الدكتور سرداح موجود هون عنا وهي بيشتغل بالمستشفى يوميا يصل 10 حالات وفاة على الأقل إلى مستشفيات قطاع غزة بس من نقص التغذية بس من نقص الغذاء. حالات وفاة هي بتصل جراء نقص الغذاء داخل قطاع غزة. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل.
الله معك الله
جل الوفيات كمان تجيكيهم من الأطفال يا رب وجل الوفيات من الأطفال أخوي.
So he's just in basic terms, guys. He is stating through the starvation, through the bombardment, through all the unaliving, they will continue to stand steadfast. They will continue to stand strong. That even though the occupation targets a majority of them children, that we will continue. Right? He's speaking as Palestinians. We will continue to share this information. As long as we have a breath life left in us, we will continue to share this information and expose what they are doing to us. So this goes to attest to the strength of the Palestinian people, right?
100%.
I'm Palestinian, right? But I live in the West, okay? I'm 100% Palestinian. And when I tell you that they have made me so proud. I've always said in my life, even my 20-year-old son, our biggest flex is that we are Palestinian. I'm going to be honest with you. And the world sees that, right? They see that Palestinians will stand because of our faith, because of our courage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they are a standing testament to it, right? No, through all of this, they're still here, willing to put themselves on the line to show what we are going through. And this is really one of the first times in history that they've all had a voice, that I have had a voice, that every single one of us has had a voice.
100%.
So Dani, I want to thank you so much for even allowing him to come up here and have a voice. I thank you for even having me up here a couple of weeks ago and speaking on these different topics. And I enjoyed every conversation that we have had.
I appreciate you all.
I really do applaud you.
I appreciate you all. You all give me information that I did not know. And so this is what and people who have followed me for a long time know that I really believe this. I think that when you are unknowingly part of the problem, which I was, right? I was one of those, I can remember
I can remember where I was. Like on 9/11, right? And I can remember my feelings then and all the things that I'd been taught and just all the feelings, and I can remember all of that stuff. And now, because I just learn and grow. So now every time September 11th comes around, I actually tell people and I post, if you've ever seen the hashtag, and I know you have, the hashtag after September 11th, because when people talk about how unified we were not. It just wasn't for the first time. It wasn't Black Americans. It was everybody. People just assumed they were Muslim. They could have been Sikh. They could have been Hindu. They could have been anything. But if people saw anyone that they remotely thought, and I tell them, no, we weren't. We weren't even unified on that day. But people don't realize that there were people that were unalived after that in this unified. There were children that wouldn't go to school or that had to be called a different name, or there were children who all of a sudden their playmates couldn't play with them. And so this is what I just really believe. I believe that when you were loud in opposition and you learn better, you should be just as loud, if not more loud, in your setting it right. So for me, this is my opportunity to do that.
Okay, so Dani, I was one of those kids, even though I was half Black and half Arab. I was one of those kids after 9/11, where when I went to school, my classmates called me a terrorist.
Oh, say terrorist.
Nothing to do with that. So I just want to know, as a vet, right? All these vets, now they're whistleblowers, and I commend you for that. I love you for that. You're my sister for life. I don't even care if I know you in real life or nothing. I'm going to hold you down. But what I'm saying is that I'm the product of one of those kids.
Yeah.
So are the Philistines. So are the Syrians. So are the Lebanese. So is every Arab kid after 9/11. That's what we felt.
Right.
We walked in an airport before my father passed. God rest his soul. Alhamdulillah, Allah yarhamu. I had to be subjected to my father being searched in front of me for no reason.
Yeah.
We were put in cages. We were put in contemporary rooms because we were looked at like we were terrorists.
You got to watch the T word, the boss.
Why 9/11 was based on us as a veteran for you, right? Because I respect you. Why are all these veterans coming out now being whistleblowers?
Hold on. You gotta not use the T word because you'll get my live taken down.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. See,
I just say terrorist. I just say terrorist or T organization. Yeah. Yeah. So the thing about it is, so here's the thing. People have often asked me how military people and how veterans support Donald Trump or support this administration and different things like that. And this is what I tell them. And because I just call a thing, right? The military is one of the most sexist, racist places you could ever want to be. And that's just the truth about it. If you don't know that, take a look at all the statistics from the women who are S8 in the military. Go talk to Black Americans who also served in the military. We will tell you that it just is. It is a very right-leaning organization, and everybody finds their way at different times. And I think there are people now, many people we didn't know. Listen to me when I tell you this. We did not know that Scooter Libby and George Bush were lying. We didn't know, right? We just didn't know that they weren't really WMD. We didn't know that they weren't really there, right? Now that we know better, many people are choosing to do better. And so that's all I can say. Is it just very, very loud explosion now? That's what Mohammed just typed in the chat. For those of you guys who didn't see it, he just said very, very loud explosion now. So I just want to offer that to you from a veteran's perspective. Also for you guys that are gifting Mohammed
Sirda is also in, and I hope I'm saying your name properly, but is also in Gaza. My understanding is that you have a pharmacy. Is that right?
He works in a hospital in a pharmacy department.
Okay.
And then just real quick, there's also Sirda has English speaking as well.
Okay.
Sirda has English speaking. If you don't mind, I don't want to tell you what to do, but there's a gentleman. If you see Abu Siraj in the request.
Yeah.
Do you see in Abu Siraj a money? Do you mind if she ends up taking you down for Abu Siraj? Is that why you came up, a money?
Well, no, I came up before he came in, but no, if he isn't here, I'm definitely swell for sure.
Do you want to say something before she does?
No, it is what it is. If he's in here only, I'll.
He hasn't requested yet.
Okay, but when he does request, I'll swap with him 100%.
I'm sorry, a money.
No, DJ K, bro.
My heart is so full right now. I just have to tell you all. Hi, A Money. Hi, Sirda, my pharmacist brother. Sirda and I are brothers, by the way. Just quick interject, because my father and grandfather both are pharmacists. So as soon as I heard that Sirda was a pharmacist months ago, and he wrote a book, and he'll tell you about it. But anyway, all right.
Okay.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Dani, welcome everyone. DGK, our ambassador in the whole world, Habibi, and Jabir, Emani, Muhammad, and everyone here, one by one, name by name. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everyone. So my English is not like amazing, just like a G-side English, yani.
It's good. It works.
Don't prize your value on my English. Just kids English, not more. So first of all, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everyone. The second thing, may Allah accept your offer. You are doing a great job. All of you are doing a great job educating the people and raise the awareness from the ground and let the people know what is going in Gaza and this continuously genocide. What is going in Gaza, guys? It didn't start 22 months ago. It have been started since not even 1948, since 1918, since the British colonizer to Palestine, and till today. But unfortunately, in the last 22 months, the occupation, they decide to make it worse and to make it completely genocide and completely ethnic cleansing for the Palestinians in Gaza. But alhamdulillah, the world awareness about what is going for the first time in our life, we feel we are not alone. To be honest with you guys, Gaza were under attacks in 2006, 2008, 2012, 2014, 2021. But this is the first time we are seeing all the world around us. And we are not alone. And there is a people, they are really care about the freedom of the Palestinian people. And they are fighting with us in the street, in the representative office, in everywhere, in the media, in everywhere. So alhamdulillah, wallahi, we are so proud of you. And this is my first time here, and this is my first time I'm seeing you, sister. But to be honest, just when you are become so emotional, just from here, a voices from the ground, this is a good sign. This is a good sign. That means you have a huge heart. So I'm so glad, Wallah al-Azim, to be here in this panel with an amazing people, in the views. So Gaza now, in these days, unfortunately, the occupation, they are going so hard and they are going so bad in the ground. The starvation, every day there is a kids have been alive as a result of malnutrition and the starvation. It's not even starvation, it's for the starvation. So even if we use the term starvation, the people in Gaza, it's not starved from the air. It's not the starvation drop in them from the sky. No, the people in Gaza enforced starvation. They have been starved by the occupation, preventing the medication, prevent everything. Like today, guys, to know how the occupation, they are so mean, and how it's occupation, yani. The worst thing in this world, it's the occupation.
Yeah.
Today, they target the sewage station beside Nasser Hospital, and Nasser Hospital it's full of sewage now. It's floods of sewage inside the hospital. The patient now, they are literally in the sewage as a result of the starvation, as a result of the occupation attacks. Also, they are going, guys, now the only area like the occupation, they are the occupation, guys, they are now occupied more than 80% from Gaza, and there is still 20%, more than 1.8 million. They are living in this. They are like now living in that area, and the occupation, they are going to take this area and to unalive everyone inside area, or to force them to leave Gaza. The forced immigration for Gaza people. So now they are in this day, when we are talking now, they are heavily attacking Al-Sabra area and the Tufah neighborhood and Al-Zaytun area. This area in the east of Gaza, Tufah in the east of Gaza, and Al-Sabra and Al-Zaytun neighborhood, it's in the eastern south of Gaza city. They are trying now to start the plans, which they approve it, to completely besiege Gaza city and forced more than 800,000 people to force to evacuate Gaza. And they are attacking the resistance or attacking the H in Gaza, an excuse to unalive everyone and to starve the children. So the situation in Gaza, guys, it's very, very difficult. I was saying that since months ago. What's going in Gaza, but the worst still not coming. The worst in the way, guys. So it's the best time to do an action.
Yeah.
What's the type of the action? It's up to you. If you are a professional in the social media, do that. If you are a professional in the protest and can organize a protest in the street, do that. Call your representative. Call them. If you feel it's for nothing, it's okay. Give them a headache. Call your representative. Every day, call them. Every day, even 3 times per day. Deal with calling the representative as a medication. Take it 3 times per day after the meal.
So Sardah, Habibi, I just want to put it out there, right? So Dani is an amazing person. She really is. When the first time I found her live, she was speaking, right? She is Salam Abu Salaj, Habibi. She was speaking about, trying to educate people on APAC and where the not just the ones that receive APAC, but who is the ones funding them, right? Who are the contributors to them, right, Dani? You remember that?
Yeah.
And it was actually about an hour and 45 minutes, an hour or so of us going through this information. So Dani opens the lives to educate people, right? And the first time that I realized that she allowed me up and gave me a voice, I knew at that moment, this is a real one. She really is a real one. And to anybody, right? And I hear this a lot from Palestinians when they tell me, Palestinians specifically in Gaza, we feel like nobody is listening to us. We feel like we are not being heard, that we are left alone. This is why, guys, I come to lives like Dani's. Because why? Because we are here trying to amplify the voices. And as you see today, it is a testament to why we do this, right? Because you guys are all able to come here and really speak your truth and speak your story. So, Dani, I swear to you, you have no idea from the bottom of my heart how much I appreciate you allowing this live to take this direction, to allow them a voice in front of 300, 400 people.
100%.
You have no idea. I will forever be indebted to you, Dani. Seriously, you have no idea.
Guys, W Dani in the chat. Everyone, W Dani in the chat.
They know me. So one of the things that I would like, if so one of the things that would be helpful. So that I have this really extensive link tree. If you can get me all of the GFMs for the press and for Sardah, then I can put them in a collection that's at the top of my link tree. So when people go, they'll be able to see how they can support and how they can contribute. It can just go in the link tree along with everything else. The other thing that I want you all, what DJ K is talking about is you can go, because AIPAC is a political PAC, you can go to the FEC's website. You look up the PAC, you can look at who the contributors are, not just who they gave money to, but you look who the contributors are. And then me, because I'm nosy, I want to know who the hell is giving $50,000 to AIPAC, right? So, yep, to fec.gov. That's your Federal Election Commission, right? You go to the Election Commission, you put it in. Yeah, Bangs. I'm like, who are you that you gave 50 G's? Really? Like twice? What? And then I want to know what corporation you have. And then I want to know, what does your corporation do? And I want to know, how are you benefiting by this donation? And I will tell you what they don't like. They don't like sunlight. So one of the most powerful things you can do is, when you go and you look that up, you take screenshots of those people, and then you create little graphics, and you put their names, and you put their companies, and you put a screenshot of their donation to AIPAC, right? And then you put it out on your socials, and then you have your friends share it. And then all of a sudden you're like, hey, I don't think I'll buy anything from your company. And hey, I don't think anybody should do business with you. And that is how you get their attention. It is the same thing that I did when I dealt with the medical monopoly in Tennessee. They couldn't stand my ass. I looked up everybody's campaign contributions and I highlighted them with yellow highlighters. That is how you get people's information. So find the people that are donating that are in your state. And then you know what you do? Put them beside a screenshot of your politician in your state and how much money they got, which is why they shouldn't get reelected. And that's how you connect the dots. We've got 15 months to make a difference in our upcoming midterms, but that puts pressure on Western organizations that are participating in what's happening to Palestine. And this is how you make, it's not, when people say, what can I do? You're thinking about like the big thing, but it's the little bitty things that make a difference, because when all of us do the little bitty things, it becomes a real big thing. So that's how you connect the dots. And you can do it not just at the FEC level, but on your state levels and all the things. So if you want to know, here's what I will do. I will schedule another workshop. I do workshops and teach people how to do this stuff. So I will schedule a workshop in the next 7 to 10 days. It's a free workshop. I don't charge anybody to come to workshops. And you can, the link will be in my link tree. You'll come, I will show you on a Zoom how to look it up, how to find the screenshots, how to do all the things. And then we will have a day of action where everybody posts the same information on the same day across all of your socials. That's how you pick up traction. And then we'll need at least 4 volunteers from like the East, West, like North and South of every state to do letters to the editors on that same weekend, on that same day. And then that's how we'll make an impact.
Absolutely. And can I just share one thing real quick? And Abu Siraj is in Gaza. He is very, very well spoken in English. He's very articulate, and I guarantee you he'll probably bring tears to your eyes. But I want people to also visit this website, notmytaxdollars.gov. Right? Notmytaxdollars.gov, because we talk about the federal funding, right? The funding that the federal government sends to Israel, but very rarely do we talk about the state and local levels and their contributions, because although a lot of people know about the $3.8 billion that the U.S. sends, every single year, right? They don't realize that's just a drop in the bucket of what Israel actually gets from our tax dollars. Look at your individual state. Look at your city. See what your politicians are sending, what they are pledging to them, what they are sending, and you will be absolutely shocked. In my state, it's to the tune of over $1 billion.
Minus 4 trillion. Minus 4 trillion, DJ.
That's wild. 4 trillion is kind of crazy, the boss. That's insane. But is it okay, Dani, if we hear from Abu Siraj? Do you mind?
It is, and that website is .org, not .gov.
I'm sorry, .gov. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Dani, you're an all-star. اتفضل أبو سراج حبيبي, حابب تحكي كلمة؟ موجود معنا أبو سراج? Go ahead, brother.
I'm not sure if you can hear me, guys.
We can hear you.
I hope you are doing well. And please
First of all, I would like to thank you for offering me this chance to be with you guys. I see lovely people here. All of the people who are listening to us. And inshallah, one day we will be able to collectively work towards the liberation of Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
For those who don't know me yet, people call me here Abu Siraj. I'm a Palestinian living in the Gaza Strip. I spent my whole life under occupation. I have never known the real meaning of peace. I have never known the real meaning of a freedom. I spent my whole life struggling, trying to provide for my family, trying to build a life. But unfortunately, under occupation, you cannot do so. Under occupation, you are deprived from your human rights, and things that a lot of people might take for granted or consider easy are so struggling and so hard in Gaza. Before October 7th, we have been suffering. We have been living under siege in which nothing gets in or gets out without the Israeli approval. And yet, the whole world is expecting us to accept this kind of life. They accept us to spend our lives as prisoners and do nothing about it. And when we decided to fight back, when we decided to do something to attract attention to our cause, they made it even worse for us. And they are collectively punishing everyone in the Gaza Strip. 2.2 million people suffering out of starvation, hunger, out of lack of medication, out of lack of water. And they have made even providing basic needs for our families something so challenging that sometimes, even if you have money, you cannot do anything to help your family. It is not fair that I'm almost 30 years old and I have lost everything, including 23 members of my family who got airstriked in 2023 when the Israeli occupation forces targeted them while they were sleeping in their beds, including 11 children. I still remember that day, and I will never forget that day, for I had to run in darkness, going to see what happened to my family. And I had to dig the house with my bare hands, with the help of some of our neighbors, in order to get their bodies out. We were lucky to find some of them, but some of them were never found, for they were torn into pieces. I still remember the bodies. I still remember what happened to my family, as I remember everything that has been happening to us till this day for more than 670 days, and the Israeli occupation forces are attacking the Gaza Strip aggressively, unaliving, injuring, starving the people of Gaza. And no matter how much time we tried to scream and shout and tell the people what is happening to us, but no one listens. Unfortunately, no one listens. They only cared when Israelis got unalived. But before that, no one ever cared about us. Do you know why? Because for years, they have been doing this kind of dehumanization and demonizing for the people of Palestine. But I ask those who don't have an understanding for the nature of Palestinians, have you ever talked to someone from Gaza? Have you ever listened to us? Have you ever tried to ask us about our dreams and hopes? Yeah, this might be surprising for some of you. We do have dreams and we do have hopes and we have ambition. I've always wanted to take my master's degree and then my PhD, but my dreams were shattered when the occupation forces denied me the right of education. I once got a scholarship to Georgetown University, and I lost it because they didn't allow me to travel. They just didn't, for no reason. All I'm saying, guys, is that we just want to live with dignity. We just want to live freely. Is that too much to ask for? Is it too much to ask for a decent meal? Is it too much to ask for water? Is it too much to ask for medication?
How come this is still happening? How come they get away with everything they have been doing to us in the past 8 decades? I do believe it is time to say enough is enough. I do believe that all of us should be working collectively together to stop the genocide, to stop the starvation, and to save the innocent lives of the people of Gaza. Before October 7th, I used to advocate for Palestine. I used to contact people, telling them about what is happening in Gaza, but no one listened to me. They were so what? People are dying everywhere. What can we do for you? No one listened. And until now, I'm still screaming and shouting and scratching, trying to tell everyone. And yet, unfortunately, only few people are listening. And the ones who are listening, they cannot do much to stop what is happening in Gaza. Enough is enough. We deserve a better life. We deserve to have a better future for our kids. We deserve to live normally. I cannot remember the last time I went to sleep without being afraid of waking up beneath the rubble, or not even waking up at all. I can't remember the last time we had electricity. I can't remember the last time we had a decent meal. I can't remember the last time I had a hot shower. It's not fair, and it needs to stop.
So thank you guys for already doing what I asked you to do for Mohammed, for Abu Sharaj. I appreciate that. I want to.
Can I just say one quick thing here, Dani?
Yeah.
I want you all to know that Abu Siraj, I've listened to him. I've been in some conversations with him, not many. He has been on A Money's live and for how long now? I mean, forever. And our paths hadn't crossed too many times. And one night I logged on and I was on A Money's live, and Abu Siraj was kind of closing out the night. And he said something I will never forget. And that is, we don't want, yes, and to what he just said, right? But I don't want you to get the impression that this is how he shows up and this is like what he says on every single live. Like, he is also a fun-loving, funny, just gregarious, he's extremely generous, great sense of humor. And he closed out this night and he said, I want you all to know that we don't want you to just cry for us. We don't want you to just, walk around all day being sad for us.
No.
He said, we want you to enjoy your lives. We want you to be happy. We wish nothing but the best for all of you. And he said, I know you're all with us. The people on the panel and the people in the comments. And I think I might have been in the comments at that point. Wasn't even on the panel. And it just made me realize that, as dark as it's been for me, obviously I'm always thinking it's darker for them, right? It's like, it's imminent danger every single day. But our job to keep it together and shed some tears now and then get to work and get educated more and more every day and have conversations in our community and know that we can do other things too. Besides give money, you can give your time. I started a discussion group the other night. I'll talk about that later. Anyway, I just wanted to say this man has been a rock for so many people. And Abu Siraj, I applaud you. Sirda, my heart is, too full right now. Mohammed and Sammy, when he comes on, just incredible. So that is his ultimate wish, Abu Siraj, for us. I know that. And even though he didn't say it now,
One thing, guys, I want to add it. First of all, thank you, Abu Siraj. Abu Siraj, when he's talking, he's a voice from Gaza. He's a voice from the millions, the 2 million in Gaza. So as a people in Gaza, as a Palestinian in Gaza and everywhere in Palestine, that's what we want from you, from everyone here, to keep rising and amplify the voices from Gaza, to keep listening to the people in Gaza. The people in Gaza want you to hear them, want you to listen to their story, to their dream, to their how they live, how they are now living. Because of that, since the beginning of the war, when we were talking about our martyrs and our injuries, we always saying we are not a numbers. We are not a numbers. Behind every numbers, there is a millions of story, and there is a huge and different type of suffer and type of hope also, and hope mixed with suffer, mixed with thinking about the future. Like alhamdulillah, until now what's going is very bad, but alhamdulillah, until now we didn't lose the hope. We didn't stop thinking about our future. We didn't stop thinking about the next day. If we survive, what we will do, how we will rebuild, how we will fight, how we will survive. Yeah, the majority of, like, every one of us, they think about like the water, the food daily and things like that. But also there is a huge part from our mind about our future, how we will build our future again. The occupation, they target the future for Gaza. They target the schools, they target the university, they target the college, they target the hospital, they target the factories, they target everything and destroy everything to let the people know, or to let the people think there is no future here and you should leave to look for a future. But no, we are thinking about rebuild our future again in Gaza and rebuild our life again in Gaza, inshallah. So because of this, Dani and everyone here, always we are encourage you to listen to the voices from the ground and to hear from them directly. The news it's an important thing, okay? But behind the news there is a stories. We want you to listen to these stories, to amplify these voices from the ground every day and forever. So big W, wallah, big W for hosting this lives, big W for educating the people, and big W for allowing to us voices from the ground to be with you. We are just individual here. We are maybe talking about our suffer and about what's happened with us, but we are an example for 2 million story.
I hear children. Am I hearing children? Is that what I'm hearing behind you?
In the background, yeah, there is a tent around me and there is children. They are trying, like, let me see if I can reach to the area and my connection will be at the same. I don't know if I will lose the connection or not.
I just heard children.
But try not to put the children too much on the screen.
Yeah, no. I am like far away from them. Like, this is the scenes, guys, from Gaza, the darkness in Gaza, and this is the tent. The people, they are living in a tent in this area. This is the darkness. This is the nights of Gaza, guys. Mixed of zanana, of shelling. I don't know if you can hear me or if you can see the photo.
Yeah.
This is the tent from Gaza, guys.
Zanana means drones, y'all.
And this is the joy of the kids, like they are in the tent, but they are trying to play. They are trying to live in this situation. So yeah.
Why do you want
I said
me to?
drones. My connection here is shit, so I should back for a little bit. Yeah.
For people that don't know what Zanana means, it means drones. That's what the ITF has over their heads as a psychological torture for them. If y'all don't know what that is.
So let me say.
Can you see the photo?
Yeah, we can see it.
The guys. Yeah, and this is the tent here. Yeah, Zanana, like we mean the drones in the sky, because like these voices, So it's famous said in Gaza, we are called it Zannana. The drones in the sky, we called it Zannana because like the voice and the noise which always made it, day and night and every second and every minute from this things. Since years we couldn't have a moment of calm, like without this voice in the background, the Zannana voice, the drone's voice around you, above your head. They are like doing everything to make your life miserable.
Yeah.
Even like there is a doctor from the delegation which they were in Gaza. I had a chance to be with him in a live. Like my only question was for him, when you left Gaza after 2 weeks from being under the drones, how is your feeling when you back to the calm again? He said like it's like you couldn't describe how to live under these drones and under these voices for 24 hours, 7 days per week, 365 days per years, and we are spent years under these voices and under these things. And guys, if you've seen the rappel here, this is a school, and this is a school, and this is a school and the school. There is 4 schools here. It have been completely destroyed by the incubation bulldozer and the incubation tank, because the incubation tank, they were here. But I hope if we can join in the day time, so you can see the destruction and the rebels more. But like it's the night and there is no light source here, and you can see the darkness and above all of Gaza and all of Gaza buildings. So yeah.
So Sarah, if you want to tell me when is the best time, I'm happy to do a live so that you have it during the daytime. I want to touch on a couple of different things. First of all, I'm a grandmother, so I hear babies, I hear kids, and I know that I hear them. That's why I was like, I hear babies back there. Couple things. I want people to understand, and I said this before. Somebody on Facebook just asked the question, why did the Palestinians let Hamas in? And I'm going to say this. I don't support violence. And I said this before, and I'm going to say it again. If I'm a Palestinian and like Abu Sarraj, I have 23 of my family members unalived by Israel's government and their military. And those are the only people I have that can help me. I don't have to like everything that they do, but have you ever heard the enemy of my enemy is my friend? And I'm not saying that's how every Palestinian feels. I don't know. What I know is that that's what I think of in my head, right? Is I cannot stand Donald Trump. And if Russia were to attack us today and the Trump administration was rallying our troops against them, guess what? I would support the Trump administration, who I cannot stand, right? And I just need for people to understand it is not this black and white thing. It is very ugly. And that's what happens when people want to commit genocide. It's just not cookie cutter. And so what I'm going to say is that I am never happy at anyone's unaliving. I'm just not. And I understand it. I said the same thing when the George Floyd protests were happening everywhere, right? And I had people coming onto my lives, and they were saying things like, well, you support them looting, you support them beating, you support them doing this, and you support them break. And the first thing I said was, get the fuck out my face talking to me about looting Target that is insured. Get out of my, sorry for my language, but that's literally what I said then, was get out of my face with that, number one. Number two, I personally don't support violence. I personally am not going to go out and loot Target. And I understand how people can get to that place. I understand how someone can get to that place, because how long do people think that people are supposed to live? Abu Sarraj says he is almost 30 years old and has never known a free day in his life. He has never known anything like that in his life. How long do you think that human beings are supposed to be treated inhumanely before they do something to not be in that position anymore? And then you want to demonize them for fighting back, right? That's not, I just need for people to start to think about this. If it were you, what would you do? How long? Right? So I just want to say that to people who are wondering. Somebody asked about, but yet you have internet. Damn it, they need internet for the drones. They need internet. And I want you all to stop thinking that just because somebody has an internet connection does not mean they are not being unalived in mass. Stop that. It's not the case. So,
Dani, can I just add something? Oh, and I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, and then I know A Money wants to jump in if that's okay. So I wanted everybody to understand. So Hamas started out as a charitable organization, right? They started out as a humanitarian organization back in the 70s, and what they did was help the people, right? Help people get into college and universities, and just with everyday things, right? That's what they were created for. Okay, they are what they are today out of necessity, right? So we have to be able to differentiate as well. Hamas is the governing body. Meanwhile, Al-Qassam Brigades is the I don't really like to use the word military wing, but for lack of better words, they are the military wing because they are not a military, right? So I agree with you. At what point, right, do you continue to just take unalivements, and when your whole family, your sons, your daughters, not only being unalived, being kidnapped, being tortured. There's so many things that happen on a daily basis, starving. They've had the Gaza on a calorie count since 2013. The occupation has had them on a calorie count since 2013, so that way they can avoid the pressure of keeping them under starvation. Right? So unfortunately, the only thing that the occupation in Israel understands is violence. That is the only thing they will understand, because Palestinians have tried peaceful resistance in many of ways, numerous, dozens and dozens of times. If for anybody in the chat, you can go back to 2018, the March of Return, which was a protest, a massive protest within Gaza, within the open air prison. Nobody breached it. It was within the open air prison. Meanwhile, the occupation unalived over 250 Palestinians for peacefully protesting. So at what point do we say that peacefully protesting does not work? We have to fight our oppressors with fire. The same way they are coming to us, we will fight them with fire. And at the same time, they are not targeting civilians. When everybody thinks of Al-Aqsa flood, it was a military operations. Did some civilians get unalived? Yes, unfortunately. But when we look at the numbers that are coming from the Israeli ministry, 78% of the people that were affected were military personnel. 78% were military personnel. So why is it that the world is so quick to condemn Palestinians, right? Or the first question on every live when people find out I am Palestinian, well, do you condemn Hamas? Well, no. What? Do you condemn the occupation, which is the root cause of the problem? Yeah. Without the occupation and the ethnic cleansing and the theft of our land, you would not have this. You would not have had Al-Aqsa flood. So let's not pinpoint one day, one event, Let us get to the root cause of the problem and dismantle the root cause of the problem, because everybody deserves to live under peace. Everybody deserves to live with dignity. And this is what you will hear me come up and speak on every single day, guys. Every single day. I literally come to American Lives. I touch every single different live. You will find me in Abu Siraj's live on a daily basis, going through the updates. He has questions for me. I have answers. We talk about American politics. We talk about what's going on in Palestine. And we do sit there and joke, right? Because everything can't be serious. They deserve to laugh.
Yes.
They deserve to laugh. Just real quick. Just the other day, we were talking about driving. And fun fact, by the way, A Money still doesn't have her license.
Let me.
No way.
يعطيك العافية يا أخوي DJ K. يعطيك العافية يا أخوي.
But this is what we do, guys. So if you come to his live and you see us talking and we're laughing, joke with us. اتفضل محمد.
Yeah. So let me just interject. There's a comment from Facebook real quick.
Yeah. Danny, he just wants to say one more quick word.
أخذتني اللحظات وللأسف ما حكيت.
Muhammad, right?
Yeah, اتفضل محمد.
Yeah.
أخذتني اللحظات اغتيالها من قبل إسرائيل من قيمة 5 أيام. عيد وأبنائه الأربعة ارتقوا شهداء ارتقى معهم في هذه المجزرة. مجزرة بشعة ارتكبها الاحتلال الإسرائيلي في مدرسة فيصل بمدينة خان يونس بحي الأمل. هاي المجزرة خلفت 7 شهداء. اليوم استشهدت بنت عمي زوجة عيد بشير المصري. استشهدت هي وأطفالها ولحقت أطفالها وزوجها. يعني عيلة كانت بتحلم منها تنام بأمان، انها تأكل. عيلة ماتت وهي جوعانة، ما في أكل يأكلوه. عيلة كانت بتحلم انها تكون عايشة بأمان. قذيفة خطفتهم خطفة أحلامهم ومزقتهم لأشلاء. تم حرقهم على مرأى ومسمع العالم، ولا أحد لحتى اللحظة يحرك ساكن. كل يوم نفقد أحبابا وعزيزين على قلوبنا، ولا أحد ينظر إلينا بعين الرحمة. ولكن لا نقول إلا ما يرضي ربنا، إن لله وإنا إليه راجعون، وحسبنا الله وأنت نعم الوكيل. هذا اللي بقدر أقوله، لأنه القلب قد ما بدخل. والله العظيم مش حنقدر نعبر عن ما بداخلنا يا جماعة الخير، ولكن حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل.
So just real quick,
يعني العيلة كلها تنمحت من السجل المدني.
محمد خليني أترجم على السريع. I'm just going to translate, Dani, and I just want to ask you real quick. So you're streaming right now on what are you streaming on? Just so they can understand, because it's not just 400 people in here, guys. No. Can you just give us a quick, and then I'll just translate after you're done, real quick.
Yeah, I'm streaming on TikTok, on Facebook, on YouTube, on my Substack, and believe it or not, I'm streaming on Rumble.
And how many people would you say total, just roughly?
I don't know, because sometimes, because I'm going through a third-party streaming service, it doesn't show all the time. By the time we get off of here, we'll probably have 15 to 20,000 views.
MashaAllah, that's amazing.
Something
and thank
like
you.
That.
15,000 people got to hear the voices of Palestinians, and really your voice as well. Just even what with the conversation we were having before about Project Esther. But Muhammad is saying, guys, that is his cousin. They were targeting schools again today. His cousin was martyred along with her, with her husband and children today. And he's, it's what we've been saying, right? It is an absolute desperate situation. It is dire. And basically God is the best planner. God suffices all. God is the best agent. And because of the faith that we have in Allah, this is really what is allowing Palestinians stay steadfast and so on. So that his internet was cutting out, so I couldn't get everything 100%. But that was the general of what his statement was.
He was saying, DGK, his cousin family have been targeted like 5 days ago in a school, and 7 from the family have been unalived. And today the wife have been unalived, and today all the family have been murdered. So, Dani, thank you for giving me this chance to be with you. I am going to message you, inshallah, after the live, because I want to use your Linktree for 2 things. The first thing is like I'm an ambassador for Soul of Palestine. It's a registered charity in the USA, and we are working in Gaza, and we are in these days doing food distribution inside the hospitals in Gaza for the patient and for the medical stuff inside the hospital. And among that also we're doing water delivered and tents, and alhamdulillah, a lot of work. And the second thing, I want to send a copy from my book to you, inshallah. I wrote a book, and it's available if anyone wants to Google the name. I made a journey from misery to hell. It's a book, I wrote it. It's talking about the life in Gaza before October 7 and what's happened with my personal story inside this war. So I wrote in this book just what I saw by my eyes. I didn't wrote things I heard about it or things like that. So it's simple book, it's simple language with English, but with simple language in this way, and it's not too much. You can finish it by 5 hours, 4 hours, depending you how is you are quick in the reading.
What's the name of the book again? From
misery to hell. To hell.
A journey from misery to hell.
I got it.
Yeah.
And is the best? Where's the best place to get it?
Lulu.com, or you can just Google the name. You will find it. A journey from misery to hell. Just drop the name in the chat, and also the link in my Linktree. It's available in hardcover and it's available as an ebook. Both option it's available. Yani.
I got it. Okay, so the link to get the book is literally in my Linktree right now.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, you find it as an ebook or as a hard cover. It's up to you, and it's like shipped worldwide. When you are, if you want to get the hardcover, like it's shipped worldwide. Yeah, you can get it from place. But excuse me about the language in the book. It's not too strong book. Yeah, my English is baby English, guys.
No, listen. Wait, have you listened to our president? I will take your English. I will take your English every day. Have you listened to our president? Just saying.
I didn't recognize him as a president because of that. I said,
here's the thing, right? And so this is what I tell people. The only reason I recognize him as the president, because what you do not accept, you cannot change. So I must accept. I must accept that he is the president, because only when I accept it can I actually change it. If I don't own it, I can't do anything about it. You know what I mean? And so I want people to really understand what we're doing in this space. And first of all, to all of my folks that are gifting your ass off, I love you so much for just lighting up this panel in all the ways that you do. This is what I do love about our community and the followers that I have. This is really how we had someone in our group that got hit by the hurricane last year, joined us, and literally like it was like that. You heard his Venmo going ding, 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 ding. And the next thing you know, him and his 90-year-old mother had mattresses, right? It's just kind of what we do. So I want you all to know, my followers, my subscribers, all my folks, that I really do appreciate you all showing up and showing out. If you all want to make this a regular thing, if there's a day, if there's a time, DJ K, and you want to coordinate it, you all let me know how to do that and how you want to do it. And I'm down for absolutely all of it, 100%.
Absolutely. And then I will say this, Dani, also, we will definitely coordinate it. And if you ever find yourself online scrolling through TikTok, right? And you see that I'm live 90% of the time. I'm on one of these panels, right? A lot of times I'm on Abu Saraj's panel, Money's panel, others panels. Please join us, right? And just the other day, actually earlier this week on Monday, Chris Smalls, Christian Smalls, the leader of the labor union for Amazon, he was on the Flotilla Handallah. He was actually on our live, and A-Money opened that live and was co-hosting with her. And we were able to actually have him, and we were having these conversations with him as well. So, Captain Josephine Gilboa, I'm not sure if you know her. She's amazing. She's a veteran. Captain Josephine Gilboa actually is very vocal. She's gone to Congress. She speaks out against the occupation and speaks out against defunding Israel and so on, and their influence. So we do have a lot of people come on those lives as well. We would love for you to be able to join the conversation sometimes because you are very knowledgeable.
Had I known about you, I definitely would have wanted you there for the Chris Smalls live for sure.
But my daughter just walked back in the door, GJK. My daughter just walked back in the door and she heard A-Money. She said, "Oh yes, Chris Smalls. Yes, Mom." So she just watched the documentary. So my kid is the reason I joined TikTok a year ago. So I've always had a decent following, like on Facebook or whatever. And she was like, "Mom, you have to come to TikTok. Like, there's so many people and they're not giving out great information, and all this stuff, and you got to come to TikTok." And so I joined at like January 28th. July 28th is when I did my first live a year ago. And here we are at this stage of the game. And so it's my oldest baby.
Just real quick, Dani, so have you heard of Gershon Baskin, which is the Israeli hostage negotiator? He was just on Piers Morgan.
Yeah.
So on Friday, another Palestinian sister is actually hosting him on her live. And we're going to be able to have a conversation with him. He is actually the one that came out and stated that even as of August of 2024, Hamas actually offered all of the hostages back, the captives, the POWs, and they offered to step down to a technocratic government, right, to a independent Palestinian government. And he stated, this is the Israeli hostage negotiator, stating that Netanyahu has been the obstacle in every single negotiation. So, it's amazing that we're able to reach these people and bring them on our panel and have these discussions.
Yeah,
and again, we would
100%.
love for you to join.
Absolutely. You tell me when and where, and I will be there.
I'll share it to you.
Yeah, perfect. And then, like I said, I still want us to do the podcast recording, DJ.
Yeah.
Because Jabber's going to be on with me, and it goes out. So like the podcast goes out everywhere. So Amazon Music, Spotify, Apple Music, Pandora, iHeartRadio, like it goes out everywhere. So and at the beginning of this year,
you let me know.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. The first quarter of this year, literally, we were in the top 10% globally in terms of downloads on the podcast. Audible, thank you, Donna Ski. So so more than happy to do that. And for the person, I want to tell you all this so that those of you on the panel hear this. The person that asked about like letting Hamas in and all that sort of thing, she just commented back and she said, I'm very ignorant when it comes to Palestinian history, trying to learn. We cannot let this continue in Gaza. And so this is what I will say to you, Nance, and other folks who feel like you. It is okay to be ignorant. It just means you don't know something. But the fact that you are showing up, that you're asking questions, that you want to learn, that's how we change things. So don't ever feel bad. Hold on, my daughter wants to say, she over here going like this. Yes, baby.
First of all, I can give you a reading list.
Did your daughter want to give us a message?
Yeah,
is she talking to us?
No, I was just going to tell her that if we want reading lists of Noah Chomsky, Ilan Pape, I don't know if I'm saying his name right, Ali Abu Mina, I believe his name is, that's where you can start on educating yourself. Yes, exactly. If Chris Smalls did the Union, we can do, maybe my mom can do a screening of that documentary to give you
and we did
educate yourself.
So I will share this with all of you all that are press and all of you guys that are there. If you want to send me any type of videos, documentaries, any of those types of things, I will tell you this. We do documentary viewings as part of my subscribers network. Where we have one coming up. And so if there are films, if there are documentaries, if there is real life footage, any of those things that you believe would make a difference for people to watch, let me know and we will make that happen.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'll put it in my link tree.
Dani, excuse me guys because I want to go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dani, for giving me this chance to be with you. Inshallah, I will message you and we will be in contact. Thanks for everyone here and big W for your daughter to bring you here. Wallah. Send my love and respect for her. Wallah. We are appreciate her so much. Thanks for everyone who in this live. Thanks for everyone who stand with Palestine and who stand with the Palestinian. A lot of love and respect for all of you. And inshallah, we will meet each other, inshallah, free Palestine, inshallah, and free Palestine. And inshallah, we will try to be around you, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you, sir.
And guys, DJ, he didn't join to my live because he don't like me.
That's not it. Sevda is live. Thank you for coming up, Sevda.
Thank you, Sevda. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah, we were able to make that
free.
Palestine.
Abu Siraj is trying to speak. I think his mic is low.
I don't know if you can hear me guys now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we sure can, Abu Siraj.
I just wanted to comment on something you were talking about, the whole idea of resistance. There is a sentence that I usually like to repeat. When injustice becomes law, resistance becomes a duty. When you are living under oppression for far too long, when you are occupied, when you are deprived from your human rights, it is a normal reaction that you're gonna fight back. By any means, with any means available, you're gonna fight back. And this is exactly what the Palestinians have been doing in the past 8 decades. I just wanna have a final message to everyone from the people of Gaza. I really appreciate you gifting me and gifting the other Gazans. But wallahi, I am not up here for gifts. If you truly want to help the people of Gaza, this is what you should be doing. First of all, before going to sleep, I want you to ask yourselves a question. Did I do enough to help the people of Palestine? Have I done enough? Ask yourself this question and make sure before you go to sleep to write or share any kind of Palestinian content. Remind everyone about the starvation of the people of Gaza. Remind everyone of the occupation. Remind everyone of the fact that 18,000 children in Gaza were killed. Remind everyone that now we have 239 Palestinians got killed out of hunger and starvation since the starvation started, including 106 children. Those information is what we want you to share in your cycle and with the people around you. What we need more than money is your support in fighting the Israeli propaganda, in exposing the Zio ideology, in making everyone know that what is happening to us is not fair and it's not just, and the occupation of Palestine needs to stop. So this is my request, and this is what we need as the people of Gaza. We need the genocide to stop. We need the starvation to stop. And with your help, we can do that, inshallah.
Well said.
100%. I appreciate you, Abu Siraj, for coming. You are more than welcome at any point in time. And so what I will say as the host is he is not here for gifts, but anytime he is on my panel, gift. And we can do both. We can gift and ask ourselves, are we doing enough? We can gift and do the work that is necessary to support Palestinians. We can gift and do our part. So he may not be here for that, but those are those are the ways, those are all the different ways that we can do those types of things. So if you have it, y'all know what I talk about. So I'm a big believer in that. If you don't have the monetary means to gift, I believe that that God honors the intent, right? So in whatever way, gift in your time, gift in your efforts, gift in your, your TikTok gifts, all of those different types of things. That's how you gift in any of those ways that you can. So I just want to say that.
So, Dani, if I just wanted to bring up another topic. Well, actually, I just realized Money hasn't really had a chance.
Yeah.
It's okay, DJK. You can bring up your topic. I just do want to say thank you, Dani, for this space. Thank you, DJK, for sharing it to me.
Of course.
I didn't know there was people like you here in this space. For the last 2 years on this. I mean, I've been on here longer than that, but hosting for the last 2 years and watching other panels and stuff, there was not a space like this specifically. And I appreciate that. And when you started tearing up, you actually, you tore something in my heart. Like, I'm going to shut up before I cry. Go ahead, DJK.
Thank you, Money. So, Dani, I'm sure you heard, right? So all along, we've been talking about the greater Israel, right? We've been talking about it. We've been bringing it up in conversations. And a lot of people, specifically Zionists and other G-side deniers, always wanted to say that it was a conspiracy theory, that it's not true. You guys are just trying to gaslight. You guys are just trying to make this stuff up, right? Meanwhile, Netanyahu yesterday came out and says he's on a historic and spiritual mission, also feels a connection to vision of greater Israel. Okay. So have you seen that statement? Did you see that yesterday by any chance? Yeah. And the reason I bring this up, because a lot of people that are watching, they do follow. We've talked about this because you're streaming on so many platforms. So when Israel says that they are acting in self-defense, how is it in self-defense to attack all of your neighbors, right? To try to steal more and more land, all for your own good. This is not acting in self-defense. What they are doing in Gaza is not acting in self-defense, to be quite honest. They want to say that all our neighbors attack us. Well, the reason is you attack every single one of your neighbors. You have attacked literally 7 nations within the last 2 years, unprovoked. You have attacked them preemptively, according to what they state. They are attacking them consistently. Even their ally, right, which is Saudi Arabia, right? They are planning to take parts of Saudi Arabia. They are planning to take parts of Egypt, which Egypt is their ally as well to a certain extent. They just signed a $35 billion gas deal with Israel, right? So even when these Arab nations are bowing to you, even when they are bowing, you still want to go in and steal their land, and you want to occupy it, steal it, make it part of your greater Israel plan, right? So for everybody listening that is thinking that this is an act of self-defense, please look at the facts. Listen to what I am telling you. This has absolutely nothing to do with self-defense. Nope. This is about conquering land. This is about they want peace for themselves, and they want everybody around them gone. This is what it is all about. It has never been about Hamas. It has never been about the captives. It has always been about the greater Israel plan and the resources that lie underneath Gaza at the moment. And to add to that real quickly, so today Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, announced that they will be occupying, taking more land in the West Bank, right? Over 4,000 of dunam, okay? They are looking to spend billions of dollars to settle over 1 million Israeli settlers in occupied West Bank. Listen to the words when we are speaking them, guys. I promise you, when I speak, I speak on facts. If it is speculation, I will tell you this is my speculation. This is my opinion. I have truth on my side. I do not need to lie. I do not need to embellish. I do not need to do any of that because the truth is right before our eyes. And it is up to you to listen. And don't take my word. Go research everything I say, please, because I guarantee you, you will see it. And if you have questions, always, please feel free to come up and ask me anything on any panel I am ever on. So thank you, Dani. I just wanted to put that out there, and I wanted to bring that conversation to light.
Yeah, I think that is the part, and that's one of the reasons why I do have the link tree that I have, right? Is that I don't want people to just believe whatever I say. I want you to go read. I want you to go look at the facts. I want you to find out for yourself. And the reason why that's the most powerful thing ever is because when you discover it for yourself, right, then you can't deny it. Let me say this. So I see other people in the comments that are asking to come up, and you're saying you're inside of Gaza and all those things. I want to be clear about something. I am very, I try to be very responsible with this platform. I met DJ K through Jabber, or on the same day or 2 days later, something like that. And Jabber was able to vouch for DJ K. DJ K has vouched for everybody that's joined this panel. It's just the way that I do things. It's not that I don't want to help as many people as I possibly can. It's just I'm also responsible for what happens on the platform. So I just want you all to know that if I'm not bringing you up, it is not because I do not have a desire to help or assist. It's because I don't know you. And so it just is one of those, it's just one of those things. So
Dani, WU, because we do the same thing on our lives. I'm going to be honest with you. A-Money does that consistently, right? Because it's unfortunate. There are a lot of people that will claim they are from Gaza or so on, and they really are. They've been proven not to.
Yeah.
And so on. So we are very responsible with our platforms and who we vouch for.
Yep.
A-Money does a phenomenal. She has a list of people. She knows a lot of people. So when I go to vet somebody, I would go through A-Money personally. But yeah, so I applaud that. I applaud you for that. And I encourage that same thought process by anybody and everybody.
Yeah, I just want people to know it's not for any other reason other than we've had people come, even during the whole immigration and deportation thing. I've had people come and tell stories and plead their case, and as you can see, it's because I do have a very giving community, right? And people kind of, once they find that out and they see like the panel, then it's like, oh, can I get up? Oh, and all of that. And so I just need for people to now, and let me also say this. Don't ever get it twisted. If you do come here with ill intent, understand you will reap what you sow. If you think that you get over on me or my people, that will never be the case, right? Your energy will find you. I don't have to do a thing in the world, right? So I just trust that what we sow here reaps good fruit. And if you're not good fruit, you will rot. And I don't have anything to do with that. It just is what it is. So I just want people to know.
And Dani, we also help different communities as well, right? Mm-hmm. My bad, A-Money. Jump in if you want to go for it.
No. I wanted to bring up a different point after you said what you're about to say.
Okay, I'll make it.
Are you gonna bring up our Congo Live? Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say not only that Congo Live, right? So there was some people in our community that did open up a live specifically for Congo. Abu Siraj was there as well, and we were kind of trying to bring the similarities together and talk to one another. One community that's being G-sided to another community that is being G-sided and starved at the same time. And it was an amazing live, and people were able to contribute. But my process also is this: if somebody is not in Gaza, right, and they come up and they say, you know what, I'm from Syria or whatever, or I'm from Egypt or whatever, as long as they are being truthful with me, we help, right? We help.
Right.
So but the biggest thing is be truthful.
Yes.
And that's what it comes down to. So 100%. Dani, please don't feel bad about what you just said. I back everything you just said 1,000,000%. So thank you for even saying that.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. I just wanted people to understand. I mean, if I could, I would do whatever. Like, it's one of those, you probably hear my grandbabies here. They're with me. I think they were here the first day I met you. They're with me a lot. And if I didn't have them, I'd probably be sitting in Palestine. I'd be somewhere. Because
you don't look like a grandma though. I have to throw that.
Oh,
right? She does it for real.
Yeah, I saw 50 a few years ago.
You're too young to get
Wait, real quick. Do you see the Connor comment? You see Siraj? So Connor T is actually an IDF soldier, and he's in the comments. Siraj will end up like Enes El Sharif. So do you see this guy? So this guy comes on our lives, and he actually opens up his camera and shows us the IDs of all the Palestinians that he has unalived, and they are covered in BLOD. So these are the people. They're not even people, right? These are the creatures that we deal with on a daily basis, guys. This is Zionism. He is an American citizen. They are amongst us. So please always be aware. I just wanted to point that comment out.
I see Connor T is following me. Connor T, listen, let me just say this to you, Connor T. I don't know you, but let me just say this. I'm not one you want to come this way for. I put out way too much good in the world for somebody like you to come for me. You will just, I'm telling you, your energy will find you so quick. You'd be like, what the fuck happened? I'm just going to tell you, keep it pushing. Keep it pushing. Don't come around here with that nonsense. And I reported you, by the way, as well. So don't, yeah, I'm just like, for real, like, don't.
Girl, he was a part of our lives before he went back into Israel to serve for the ITF. He came back a bigger piece of shit than he was.
Yeah, well, bless his heart. So like so A Money, and you all don't know me, but so like the way, so my granddaughter that just came in from school was, I'm from a small country town in Northeast Tennessee, right? And our state legislature created the largest state sanctioned medical monopoly in the country. The region is the size of New Jersey, and one healthcare system owns almost every hospital by law. When she was born, she was 1 pound 3 ounces at birth, and she was in a NICU that saved her life. She was there for 91 days. The nurses that saved her life hit me up a year later because they didn't know why someone was not, why their healthcare organization was a different. Thank you, Brisket. See, Brisket's from where I'm from. They didn't know why their hospital name was changing, why they were going to close the NICU, why they were going to do all these things. Anyway, I ended up leading a protest against that monopoly, still do. But we camped outside of one of the hospitals, the hospital that saved her life, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 257 days, from May 2nd of 2019 to January 13th of 2020. I lived on a 4 foot right away, public right away, in tarps and canopies. I'm not scared of rich people. I'm not scared of politicians. Listen, if you think I haven't been threatened, I have all the things. Nobody's paying me off. So Connor T, anybody that's watching that doesn't like the platform that I'm providing, get over it. It's never going to go away. I'm never going to stop doing it. This is they are a little scared of me, Cam. This is just what we do. Right. Hey, Alan, this is what we do. And so tell us about, Rima asked for me to tell you about my experiences. I mean, hold on. I'm just going real quick. Come here. Let me real quick. So TikTok don't get me. This is the miracle, y'all. She was 1 pound at birth, and she just turned 8 on Monday. If you go to my TikTok, I put a what, baby? What is it? Well, girl, charge it. Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. But I put a little collage up. You'll see she was the size of my hand. But anyway, I'm sharing that briefly, not for kudos to me, but for people to understand. I might be new to, because as I learn more, I just want to do more. It's just that simple. It sounds crazy, but DJ K, I feel like I know you. A Money, I feel like I know you. Abu Siraj, I just feel like I know my people. I know my people when I meet them, when I feel them. And so yeah, this is always going to be your space, no matter what.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Immediately, as soon as I met you, and even he had a different name. He's now Luna's dad. What was his name prior to Luna's dad? Jeremiah. Immediately when I met him here, I felt welcome and I felt loved, to be honest. And even he opens lives quite often, and I actually go into his lives and just support from the comments. But yeah, you can feel it, right? You can feel when you're surrounded by your people, when you're surrounded by the people with the same morality and humanity as you.
Yep.
So yeah,
and that's what it is. It's the humanity behind it. It matters. I hate the fact that Muhammad lost his cousin and their family and their children today. It matters. And this is the balance, y'all. The balance in this is that I want to be as connected to you as possible because I want to be able to feel you. I want to be able to feel so that I can have compassion and empathy, and then I can transmute that into fight. I can transmute that into what can we do? How can we do it? How much can we do? Because that's what you do. Don't just listen. Don't be so, oh, I'm just so sad and it's so devastating and I'm just going to cry for a minute and then dry that shit up and be about the work. That's the thing, right? It's okay to cry for a minute, and then you have to dig in and be about the work, whatever your role is. And I'll say this briefly, and then I'll let Mohammed give another update. I talk about the work like Sunday dinner at Big Mama's house. Okay. And here's what I mean by that. And I think this translates to every culture and community, right? But when you go to Sunday dinner at Big Mama's house, nobody's going through no drive-through. Nobody is it's not fast food. This is soul food. This is good stuff that feeds every bit of you. And you got to be careful when you go for Sunday dinner at Big Mama's house. You don't just ask anybody to bring the mac and cheese. You don't ask just anybody to make the potato salad. That's not the way that it works. So if your only job is to bring the paper plates and the ice, then I need you to bring me like Sonic ice. Don't go to no daggone gas station and get a bag I gotta throw on the concrete and get rocks in. Absolutely not. I need you to bring the good stuff. Don't bring me orange soda. No, I need you to bring me Crush or Welch's, right? Whatever you are assigned to bring in the work, bring it to the best of your ability, right? That's the key. So I can't do everything. I got grandbabies. My family will always come first, but I can do social media. I can, and I do it well, and I can communicate, and I can share information. So that's my role. And I'm going to do it to the absolute best of my ability, right? And so that's the key. Find where you fit in, find what your role is, and listen, don't show up at Sunday dinner bitching about something because you mad at something somebody else is doing. Nope. Get with your cousin, go outside and take a walk. Let your cousin get you together and then come on back in and get back to work. That's what it is. So hope that analogy helps.
It does.
It was a dope analogy, actually. And all the people that put raisins in their potato salad for sure.
Right. Right. I said, not everybody can do mac and cheese and potato salad.
Not everybody can do mac and cheese, sis. Not everybody.
Okay. Did you want to say something, Emily? I know I cut you off.
I don't know if y'all talked about that American Palestinian. That's
No, we haven't. Muhammad.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, but I think Abu Siraj wanted to say something, and then I'll speak on it. Go ahead, Abu Siraj. Yeah, he has bad net. And he has a delay. Abu Siraj, you can go first before me.
Yeah, I just want to say that social media is very powerful. Like here in the Arab region, I witnessed regimes being changed because of social media. So don't underestimate what you're doing. Sister Dani, you are doing great. And as long as you are supporting the people who are oppressed, you are doing a lot and you are helping a lot. For me personally, I really appreciate offering me the chance to speak. I really like it when people listen to me because I have been silenced for far too long. And every time I try to join panels, most of them act as if they don't see me. It's good to feel noticed. It's good to be seen. It's good to be heard. And this is what the Palestinians has always wanted. Yani, we just want to be heard. We just want to be treated like human beings. We just want to be like, you know, I still remember when the Israeli Minister of Defense called us human animals, the dehumanization. And what you're doing here, guys, made me feel better about myself. It made me feel like there's hope, that there are good people there, that we are not alone, that inshallah we will thrive and we will prosper and we will prevail. As long as there are people protesting and trying their best to do the right thing, there is hope for the Palestinians. Yeah. There is hope to all of those who are oppressed.
That's
Danny, you know, I go to his live every day and he tells me this. He's like, you know, what's going on? The American people and so on. I tell them, I'm like, bro, they're waking up. They're awake.
They are.
They're standing behind us. And I try, you know, I try to keep hope alive. I try to continue to boost the morale. But this right here did far beyond anything I could have ever said to Abu Siraj. Because you just proved it. You proved my point to him 1,000,000 times over. So thank you.
Yeah, a couple of points to make. So, I can hear you, Abu Siraj. I can hear you. And I can feel you. Like I can, it sounds so silly to say, but I can 100% feel you. And so we have this thing that we do in this community. It's in my Discord. So there's like there's a study that they did that said that if somebody is going through something horrible, or really challenging or really down, that all you need is 8 minutes with someone else. You don't even have to be talking about the issue, but just 8 minutes to know that you're not alone. And so what we do in our community, like in my Discord, we have a channel that is called the 8-minute channel. And so people will pop in and say, does anyone have 8 minutes? And when we see that somebody pops over there and then they go into a separate channel just to be together, no matter what they talk about. And so, because too often what we'll do is we'll do a, hey, what you doing? Hey, do you have a minute? And people don't know that means you're in crisis. People don't know that means you need support. And so what I'm inviting you all at any point in time to be able to say, do you have 8 minutes? Because you will always have 8 minutes to be seen and to be felt and to be heard, because you are not alone. 100% you are not. And more people are becoming aware.
Oh, I know.
It takes so much to challenge, because for many Americans like me, the Palestinian-Israeli difference is rooted in the religion of Christianity that I was taught my whole life, right? And so for many people, it's not that they don't want to see, it's that it's also very scary to challenge what you've been taught your whole life. When you are challenging, your core values and your belief system, it can be scary, but people are challenging it. People are going, I just know that the God I know, no matter what you call God or don't call God, all I know is the God I know would not be okay with what is happening to Palestinian people. The God I know would not be okay with what's happening in Congo or in the Sudan or right here in the United States of America. The God I know. So I don't care what religion you want to put behind it, right? I don't buy it because I know better. And so I just want you to know that you don't have to thank me. This is literally what I'm here. This is what I'm here to do. And so, but I appreciate you sharing and speaking, because people need to know. I heard you so clearly when you said, I'm almost 30 and I've never known a single year of freedom. I will take that with me from now until the day I'm no longer here. I will never forget that. Never. But from today forward, or a day of peace. Exactly, Stacy. She said, or a day of peace. Exactly. So from this day forward, you will have me and this community that will remember that. And I promise you, we'll be thinking about it every single day. 100%. Yep, I got you, delivery. She's not requested. Rima's not requested. There was something else. Oh my gosh, that I have forgotten just that quickly. It was something else you said. It's okay. It's okay. Let me see. I still don't have Rima requested.
It'll come to you when it's expected. I just want to say, since we are on the topic of Americans, right? And months ago, Americans advocated for the Israeli American that was held hostage. Well, I don't call it hostage, it's POW to me. We do have a 16-year-old Palestinian American being held by the ITF in the West Bank. He's been held for the last 5 months. He's lost so much weight. He has scabies going on now, and he hasn't been able to see his family. We do have a thing that needs to be signed. I'll get the link if you can also help push that out. Yep. For all the Americans to help get signatures to help release him. But he hasn't been able to get in contact with his family. He's been in prison for the last 5 months. He's been in prison for no reason, by the way. Like, he's being held with nothing, you know? So I do want to shed light on. His name is Mohammed Ibrahim, and he's only 16 years old. Only 16. That is still a child. I know people don't look at 16-year-olds as a child. I do. But that is still, I know, but some people don't. Like, because the whole population of Gaza, half the population are children, by the way. Whether they like to believe 15 and 16 and 17-year-olds are not children, they are. They are. They haven't experienced life. They haven't seen life. They're still children, you know? 100%. So, 100%. Yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know. That's him. VJK has his picture.
Yeah, this is his picture. So he's being held in the torture dungeons of Israel. And like she's saying, it's been 5-6 months, right? So he has suffered through not only starvation and malnutrition, a skin condition, scabies. They refuse to let anybody visit him, any representation. And, one of the worst parts is that the U.S., the administration knows about this, but they refuse to do anything about it. They refuse to even come out and make a statement about it. Ahmed Ibrahim also is the cousin of Saifullah, which was brutally beaten to unalivement a couple of weeks ago in the West Bank by 7 Israeli settlers that beat him, and then they prevented the ambulance from coming in to help him. So that was his cousin, by the way. So this is something, right, when we talk about American citizens and how the military will go with all its might to protect its citizens, one citizen that can be anywhere. But when it comes to Palestinians that are Americans, and he was born and raised here in the United States of America.
Yeah. Miami, right?
From Tampa, Florida.
Yeah, Tampa.
I think Tampa, yeah. So, but it doesn't matter, I guess, when you are a Palestinian, when you are a brown, or you don't look like them, or, if you go against their narrative. So
yeah, we talked about his cousin when it happened.
I think over 12 people, Americans, have been unalived this year in the West Bank. Palestinian Americans, but they don't care because they're not Israeli. They don't care.
So again, this is what I would say. We need all 12 names and all 12 pictures, right? I can do all the graphics. And Mila, stop fake crying. Y'all, she's 4. She is going to be my first EGOT. She's going to be an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, Tony, because she can turn it on and off like that. She really can. But here, let me say this. So this is what you need. You need all their names. You need all their photos. And then beside them, you need the photos of their Congress people, right? And you put them all in the same graphic. And then on the same day, everybody shares it across their socials and amplifies it. And then you tag Mehdi Hassan and you tag Zedio. You tag everybody you possibly can, including those elected officials, right? And then you take that same image and then you write your letters to the editor. And then you tag, so, hey, at Rachel Maddow, why aren't you talking about this? At so-and-so, why aren't you talking about this? You see what I'm saying? This is the way, because most people don't know that most people don't know that 12 Americans have been unalived in Palestine this year. They don't know that. But if you can put the face to it, and then you put the face to the politician, and then you make it a real thing.
100%.
Yeah. Oh, Muhammad, hold on. He's
I don't know if he's trying to speak.
I think so. And he's got
معني جيكي يعني جماعة الخير يعني في المناطق الشرقية لمدينة غزة يتم الآن استهدافات عنيفة بهذه اللحظات. يعني إن نظرنا إلى فقط لو لدقيقتين سيتم استهداف أكثر وأكثر. يعني الاحتلال الإسرائيلي منذ ساعتين من الآن وهو يتم قصف المناطق الشرقية لمدينة غزة في بيجيكي. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل.
So he's stating, so just so we're on the same page, guys, although I speak Arabic fluently and talk Arabic fluently, there's different dialects. So I try to gather everything that he's saying to the best of my capabilities. So anybody in the chat, if I miss something, please just correct it or add it. He is stating that this is, as you see, right, this is Gaza right now. It's about 10 p.m. And within the hours, they've got notice, I believe is what he was saying, within the next couple hours that there will continue to be strikes in Gaza City. And just like the plan, right? The plan that we have been seeing all along, the Netanyahu has been pushing, to occupy Gaza City, to invade it with a lot of forces, hundreds, thousands. So thanks, Space. He's saying the airstrikes, he's saying the airstrikes in Gaza City are insane. The last 2 hours have increased dramatically. In Gaza City, by the way.
Yeah, and just to tie this into the journalist that was unalived, they unalived him because he was going to expose what they were doing in Gaza City. That's the only reason why they unalived him, because this man for the last 2 years has been showing every single day, has been coming online every single day, just to show the people what's been going on in the north. And they've been tracking him for a whole year because they could have unalived him at any moment. But because of what they're doing in Gaza City in this moment right now, they didn't want the world to see it. And that's why they unalived this journalist and the people that were with him. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, Danny, if you saw, I tagged Mr. Spades Unlimited or Uncensored in the chat. If he's requesting, if you can bring him up, because I would love for him to introduce himself to you. He's an amazing voice. He's a Palestinian as well. We always have great conversation.
No, Danny, you'll kick it off with Spades 100%. You will. You kick it off with DJ K. Spades is A1 from day one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How's everybody doing?
Hey, Spades. How are you, brother?
So he was going into what's going on. He's saying just in the time that you guys have been on this panel, they've ramped up the attacks. This has been steadily increasing since yesterday. I know that the Israelis had announced. They had announced. Yeah, he's saying you can see the strikes. That's why he has his camera open there in the dark. You should be able to see the light up as every hit comes in.
It's back in the back. It's back behind you, Mr. Spades.
Mm-hmm. But they announced, obviously, this operation to besiege Gaza City, which would essentially cut the Gaza Strip into two sections for them to capture the entire north and the center and separate it using the Netzarim corridor. But the timeline that was presented by the chief of staff and the military command, or the military command structures there, the political leadership wasn't happy with it. So they went ahead the day before yesterday and announced that they weren't satisfied with the proposal and to go ahead and start the campaigns from now, before the evacuation, which was part of the outline. The way they had presented this publicly was that they were going to control, quote unquote, which essentially is occupying and then annexation.
You hear the bomb, the BOMBs. He said there's a new one right now.
Yep, I heard it.
The political leadership said they weren't satisfied with the proposal, and the way they had presented it was they were going to evacuate the entire population that's in Gaza City, which is nearly 1 million people at this point from that area in the north. And then immediately upon evacuation, they would begin a besieging campaign from the air, demolishing as much as possible, and then surround the city and go in. Now, they said, forget all of that. Just go ahead and bombard all of it while the people are there. So they've kicked off the operation from the sky, and this is why we're seeing all the airstrikes, the drone strikes. And there's also, we're not going to see it in this, obviously, because those don't cause the same amount of visible damage from, whether the lenses are on, but they're shelling nonstop from all around it. So they set up artillery batteries, the tanks, and they're just firing at random all throughout the city. Again, nearly 1 million people there. And they're just raining down on it from all directions.
Yeah, you can see the light up on the side of the building.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the thing. So folks, what I'm saying to every single one of you all that has the ability to amplify the information, that's what it takes. And so what I'm really grateful for this entire live are the people that are in Palestine, that are in Gaza, for people, because right now people can see for themselves what's happening, and you don't often get that ability. You don't get, so you can't tell me what I've seen. You can't tell me what I've seen with my own eyes isn't happening. And so that's something that I'm incredibly grateful for. And for those of you all who are in here, now you have the ability and the responsibility to amplify the information that you're getting here. Jabber, you came back. Did you wanted to add something, friend?
No, it was just a false alarm. I didn't have to go just yet.
Okay, cool. Gotcha.
Okay. No, I've just been basically sitting for the last couple of hours, and so I just wanted to say hey. And this is it's madness. Hey, Spades. Thanks for joining, man.
How's it going, Jabber? Good to see you, brother.
Yeah. Not too bad. Not too great.
Exactly.
I know you guys briefly touched on the West Bank. There's a lot of activity happening there. Mm-hmm. It's very clear what the Israelis are trying to do, and they're using the coverage, the negative coverage they're getting on Gaza, and the fact that everyone's paying attention to what's happening there to expand their operations in a much more subtle way throughout the West Bank. And earlier today, it was declared, it was proposed yesterday. They ran the vote, and it looks like it cleared for the 3,400 housing units in Sector E1, which is the area directly next to East Jerusalem. And this essentially, under the Smotrich's plan, what DJK was talking about, would give the Israelis the ability to split the West Bank completely into two pieces. So, and it seems to be that they've pulled this off. They're going to pursue it, and this is completely apart from the 22 settlements that they announced earlier this year that they were going to expand into, which, for those that don't know, there was an exchange rate for those settlements. 5 trucks, 5 aid trucks, in order to prevent the coalition in the Likud party and the government in Israel from collapsing, because many of the ministers who were insisting that not a drop of aid gets in, and they're publicly stating they want. The announcement was, and the reason the coalition didn't fall was they made a deal. They said, we'll let in 5 trucks into the Gaza Strip in exchange for 22 new settlements in the West Bank. Out of the 5 trucks, here's the kicker. Out of the 5 trucks, 2 of them were just body bags. So for at least a month and a half, not a single truck of aid had been allowed to enter the Gaza Strip. They finally, on their first entry, allowed 5 of them. The exchange rate was 22 new settlements and the expansion of an existing, I believe it was 37 or 39 outposts. And for those that don't know, outposts are places where settlers, Israeli settlers, will go into a Palestinian village or town or community, set up a caravan or a tent, and then demand protection. So they'll set up a border fence, military will go in and protect it, and then more and more people will come and they'll start to expand it until they turn it into a settlement. So 22 major settlements authorized, an expansion of 39 outposts for 5 trucks. Those 5 trucks, 2 of them were all body bags. The other 3 were destroyed as soon as they made it in. They never even made it to their strip. They literally bombed them as soon as they got into the strip. Then they went ahead and applauded themselves, gave themselves a pat on the back for allowing aid into the strip for the first time. And now, separate from those 22 settlements, once Smotrich and the current cabinet found out that a lot of the world is now talking about the recognition of Palestine, which is primarily symbolic, if we're being honest. The Israelis don't care about sovereign borders. We've seen them attack country after country after country. So even if Palestine had declared borders officially, it changes nothing on the ground. Their objectives remain the same. But now they're doing this to make sure that they control as much territory as possible so that they have even more ability to negotiate and should anything kind of fall in, which I don't see panning out that way. But this is the plan of the E1 expansion. And it would essentially take Bethlehem, which for any of the Christians here, you should know what city that is. Everything from Bethlehem and down would now be part of the south of the West Bank. And then Ramallah above E1 going up towards the north would be the other section of the West Bank, fully under their control now.
That's absolutely crazy.
From day one, this has been the plan from day one.
So I'm sorry, Jabba, just because he was on this topic, right, when we're talking about the settlers and demanding protection, right? So this is from the New York Times. It came out today. So Israeli settlers unleash a record high, right, of TIs and Palestinians. So just in the 8 months this year, just in the last 8 months, it's a record high of 750 attacks on Palestinians and their property during the first half of the year, right?
That's crazy.
That's on average. It's insane. On average, 130 different assaults a month, guys. A month.
That's crazy.
And it's according to even the records compiled by the United Nations Office of Humanitarian Affairs. That is the highest monthly average since the UN started compiling these records in 2006, right? So even the IDF is claiming that it's 440 attacks, but according to the UN, it is 750. And we have to remember, guys, when we're talking about these settler attacks on Palestinians in the West Bank, they are unprovoked. So these settlers go in, they either steal the land, steal their crops, their sheep, and so on and so forth. And then they go in and they light these houses on fire, light the cars on fire, unalive Palestinians with impunity, all under the protection of the IDF. Last year, there was 1,489 unprovoked settler attacks on Palestinians. And these are the people that they say they want Palestinians to live in peace with, right? And we have to take into consideration that there is anywhere between 800 to 900,000 settlers living in the West Bank, and they leave the United States of America and they go to the West Bank and they get all of these benefits, right? Subsidized housing, healthcare, universal healthcare.
Subsidized, yep.
Fully subsidized, right?
Everything free, by the way. We get shit in America while they get everything for free in Israel.
From our tax dollars. From our tax dollars.
Yeah.
So I encourage everybody to go through this article, right? The New York Times with arson and land grabs, Israeli settlers attack in the West Bank hit record high, because it would literally shed the light on it. When they say they want to live, when they come up, I've talked to many Israelis and Zionists, we just want to live in peace. Well, you want to ask me if I condemn Hamas, right? Well, do you condemn the attacks by the settlers? Do you condemn the occupation? You continue to terrorize Palestinians on a daily basis, right? To a point, Dani, I don't know if you know about Mohammed Abu Khair. They literally, this young boy, right? They poured gas down his throat and set him ablaze. Literally. This is what they do. They TIs Palestinians on a daily basis in an effort to scare them, in an effort for them to, leave the land and so on. But Palestinians will stay on that land and they will continue to fight. And this is what we're here to
most Americans that have had this perspective that the Israelis want to live in peace and they're trying, like, I can understand before the last 2 years because of the amount of influence and control they have in our media stations and before the last flow of information. Now, after 2 years, if you still believe, you're still under this delusion that the Israelis want to coexist with anyone beyond themselves, or that they want peace, you're lying to yourself.
100%.
You're not believing your own eyes. You're not believing your own ears. You're not believing. Imagine every single human rights organization on the planet has condemned them,
yes,
including their own. Imagine every single volunteer organization, every single from whatever institution you can think of. Everyone else in the world is lying except for the Israeli government, the people with the largest agenda to gain.
Right.
It doesn't exist. This illusion of peace is a joke. When they say they want peace, they never finish the sentence. They mean they want a piece of your shit. They want a piece of your land.
100%.
That's what they mean by peace. They don't want peace with us.
My daughter heard you. And she kind of chuckled because she said, absolutely. Let me say this. I want to give the folks that are here, my followers, subscribers, all of you all, as you're sharing this information, I want you to be strategic about how you share the information. That's the biggest piece of this, because the facts alone, if facts alone were enough, this shit would have been over a long time ago, right? It's not. You have to take their rebuttal away from them. So if I could teach you a little bit about sales really quickly, okay? And that's what conversations are. They're sales. You're selling someone, but you need them to buy without them knowing that you're selling, right? And so the key is this, right? The best time to overcome an objection is before you get it, right? So if I know what you're going to say, if I know you're going to ask me, do I condemn Hamas? If I know you're going to ask me, well, what about, what about what happened on October 7th? If I know you're going to bring up anti-Semitism, I need to address those when I address the information, right? That's what I need to do. So if you guys don't mind, I want to share really quickly. DJK, I don't know if you follow me on Substack or not, but
no, I'm not on Substack. Should I be?
Yes. Substack is a place where you can get. So it is like, think about medium.com, but on steroids. Like it's a really powerful place. Like I'm live on Substack right now, but you can do
subscription service for independent journalists.
Yeah, but you don't have to be. Yeah, but people, and so all my subscribers, I let people subscribe for free, right? Just to grow the audience over there. So I'm live on Substack right now. But I put up a post. It's got my little baby face when I was 18 and joined the military on it. But it was a post that I put up right before, it was after I finished reading Project Esther and before I covered it on this live. And if you don't, I'm going to share it with you. Yep. Aaron Parnas and Midas Touch, they're on there. And so I wrote this on July the 31st, and here's what it says. The title of it is, Hey Heritage, Fuck Off. Sorry about my language, but I meant what I said. That's what I mean when I speak to the Heritage Foundation. I mean, fuck off. And then it says, Jesus wouldn't support your interpretation of Christianity. Neither do I. Like many people around the world, I am tired of watching domestic terrorists dressed in suits, hiding behind think tanks, corporations, and even administrations using Christianity to justify their actions. Too often, we picture a terrorist. They are wearing a turban, hiding in a cave in the Middle East, and reading the Quran. In reality, the terrorists we face in the United States today are riding in jets, sitting behind podiums and pulpits, dressed in their Sunday best, talking about American values and heritage while holding Bibles, sometimes upside down. And in true form, they are projecting their actions and plans onto the rest of us who are simply standing on the side of humanity like Jesus did. And as if from a page in the Bible they claim to know so well, they're attempting to persecute us the same way the kings and pharaohs did Jesus. They want to confuse the nation of Israel today with the Israel of the Bible, when in truth, the Israel of the Bible sometimes referred to a person, a people, or a place, depending upon what denomination you practice. For example, Jacob's name was changed to Israel in Genesis 32:28. Now, before I go any further, let me say that none of that truly matters, because our government is intended to operate separate of a particular religion, even Christianity. Even if some of the founding fathers referred to God, there are many other religions that believe in God as well, and their personal faith can guide their perspectives, but they cannot be put into law. There is a difference. So when Rafael Cruz, you may know him as Ted, tells Tucker Carlson that the reason he supports Israel is because the Bible tells him to, he's immediately in error. So now that we've established the importance of separating Christianity and all other religions, yeah, Raphael, that's Ted Cruz's real name, y'all. Let me just be clear. He knew his ass was never going to get elected being called Raphael. Ted Cruz is Rafael Cruz, okay? Just so we are clear.
I'm not gonna lie, I did not know that.
I don't think any of us knew that.
That's his name. So.
Amazing. It's amazing.
So now that we've established the importance of separating Christianity and all other religions from the government, let's get back to the blasphemy being committed by the Heritage Foundation, the Trump administration, and the GOP. It's important to note that speaking against the actions of a government official, a government, or its military is not speaking against the people under the government. Neither is it speaking against those people's religion. Let me say that again in all caps and in bold. Speaking against the government of Israel and the genocide being committed at the direction of its president is not speaking against the people of Israel or their religion. And no matter how many times the Heritage Foundation says differently in their Project Esther document, it doesn't change that fact. Heritage, you do not get to make anyone who doesn't want the innocent people of Palestine unalived by Israeli forces part of a H network. Nope, that's not how free speech works. That's not how terrorism cells work. You are actually a perfect representation of how a domestic terrorist organization works. You just happen to be a rich, white American one. That's the reason many people miss it. But I see you. As a veteran, I took an oath to protect this country from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And I might not be dressed in BDUs with Kevlar and combat boots, armed with an M16, but dressed in yoga pants with a t-shirt and barefoot, armed with a computer, keyboard, live streaming, and a voice. I am still fighting and fulfilling my duty to this country. I know you believe that if you keep using Bible references and getting preachers to use the Lord's name in vain, because you do realize that's what you're doing, right? Like the scripture isn't referring to man-made curse words. It means using the word and the name of God in oppositions to the teachings and principles of Jesus Christ, that people will continue to support what's happening, but you're wrong. People are better than that. And at our core, the vast majority of us want the same things. We want our neighbors and their children to have access to safe, quality health care. We want our children to be taught accurate history, even the uncomfortable parts, so that when we learn from them and never repeat them and continue to get better together. We want our children safe in schools while our families are free to secure and protect their homes and their persons. We want to make our healthcare decisions privately with our families and our doctors who are medically trained to help determine what's best for us. We want to work and make enough money to own a home, feed and clothe our children without having to choose which bill not to pay or which medication not to pick up. We want our parents and our grandparents to spend their remaining years in decency and comfort because they have earned that. These things aren't partisan, no matter how much you want people to believe they are. They are human. And despite what Citizens United said, corporations aren't people. We are. And we demand to be treated as such. So yeah, take your perversion of a beautiful teaching, which is the teachings of Jesus Christ, and fuck all the way off. In continued service, me.
That was amazing.
Love it.
And
So
in that delivery, the reason I shared it with you all is because I want you all to. So what did I do? I immediately took away them saying she's an anti-Semite, right? I took it away. You can't say that because I've made it very clear who the issue is and what the issue isn't, right? I'm taking away. You can't say shit. And then I threw in, I'm a veteran. I want you to say something now, right? I want you to say something. So when you are communicating, whether it's on behalf of the American people, your neighborhood, your community, or the Palestinians, when you communicate, take away their, what, baby? Oh, I don't know why either. My grandson just got home from school, y'all. They always come first. But it does look cool. It might be because of the heat. But take away whatever they can use to diminish your message. Get in front of it, right? And that's what you do, because then they have to hear you, right, Stacey? Do you reverse engineer that shit? You take it away from them, so then they can't say anything else. If they want to say, "Oh, you're biased because you're Palestinian," say, "Absolutely, I am biased," and then you tell them why you are. I am biased because I listened to Abu Siraj tell me today that in his entire life, he has never known a day of freedom or peace. I am biased because I heard Mohammed tell me today that his cousin and his wife and their children were unalived. I am biased today because with my own eyes and with my own ears, I saw I saw attacks in Israel in Gaza City, right? By Israel in Gaza City with my own ears. I heard children in tents outside of Saraja's hospital, right? I am 100% biased because I do not believe that corporations are more important than people. I don't believe that you have the right to enter into somebody else's country because you want the land that they have. I don't believe. Get in front of it. Absolutely, I am. And you can't shame me. You cannot shame me or make me the bad guy for believing in peace and in freedom for all people. And then what are they going to say? Nothing. And then that's when you light that ass up with facts all day. Yes, baby. That is not mine. No, that's yours.
She said, light that ass up.
When do we burst her bubble that these are Zios she's talking about?
Oh, let me tell you what.
No,
so,
I'm just messing.
Jabber, I will handle a Zionist the same way I handle MAGA.
I know.
There's something else to bear in mind here. Since you guys were on the subject of the Heritage Foundation, a lot of people don't realize, and they think these sort of elections and candidates and everyone that's being proposed to run the country, this is kind of just going off a whim and you're going per election cycle.
Nope.
These organizations have maps, 5, 10, 15, 20-year stretches.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to know who's going to be running this country in the next 15 years, look at all of the candidates, or not candidates, individuals, where on their resume, they're interns from the Heritage Foundation.
Yep.
They take these prominent roles in government positions today that look really, really nice on a resume.
Yep.
Even if it's for 3 days.
Yep.
And the federal
a lot of people haven't really been tracking this, but they've been rotating a bunch of interns from the Heritage Foundation in these crazy roles that they're unqualified for, just for the title on the resume, because no one's going to look into it 20 years from now. These same individuals that are currently in their early 20s, those are going to be your VPs, your senators, your congressmen, and possible presidents in the next few generations.
And then the attorney
generals. List of them available now.
Yep. And the attorney generals of the future, right? On a state level, your DOJ folks, those are the people that are part of the Federalist Society, right? So the Federalist Society exists solely to recruit lawyers and judges from across the country and groom them for that perspective, right? But
Leonard Leo.
Yes, Leonard Leo. Leo Leonard. Leo Leonard.
Name Leonard Leo.
Yeah. I thought it was Leo Leonard. Leonard Leo, whatever hell.
Leonard Leo.
I just say he's confused. He got the same name twice.
Yeah,
but
right.
here's the thing. Let me say this about that particular organization. Do you know what's great about the Federalist Society's website? You can find their contributors. Did you know that?
Yeah, we went over it that one day. We were talking about APAC too, right? I think
Yep. So the Federalist Society, yeah. And the reason I know is because the CEO of the medical monopoly that I've been fighting forever and a day, the CEO of that organization is a contributor to the Federalist Society. He came up under Rick Scott. That was when I really realized I was pissing really, really rich, powerful white people off, is because I was literally 2 steps away from Trump. Because at the time, Rick Scott was Donald Trump's healthcare advisor. And Rick Scott is mentor and friend to Alan Levine, who is the CEO of the medical monopoly that I've been protesting against forever. So yeah, that's when I realized. That's why if you've ever heard of a law firm called Baker Donaldson, I still have the letters they sent me threatening to sue me. You know what I said? Because at that point in time, I'd been living on a public right of way for like 200 and some odd days, right? I'd lost my company. My car had gotten repossessed while I was fighting this medical monopoly. I literally went live one day and I said, sue me. I ain't got shit anyway. Number 2, guess what? If I have found out all this information about you, just using public record and whistleblowers, imagine what I'll get with discovery. I've never been sued.
So Dani, since we're talking a little bit about Project Esther, just if that's cool.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of points I want to make. So I just want people to understand that they run off the narrative that it's, their support for Israel, the Christian support for Israel should be faith-based, right? And many Christian or Zionist organizations use the Esther narrative to justify and intensify their support for the state of Israel. And they want to use the narrative that they emphasize Israel's biblical destiny and divine protection, right? But I wanted to bring something up because just a couple days ago, Tucker Carlson had an interview with Orthodox nun Mother Agapia Stephanopoulos, right? And I don't know if you caught that episode or not. But so he actually had this interview. It was an amazing interview. And here are some really quick, some great takeaways from it, right? So she's saying being Christian, so she has actually lived in the Holy Land. So she's an Orthodox nun living in the Holy Land since 1996. And she's stating that being Christian in the Holy Land is not what Westerners think. Christians in the Holy Land live in a gilded cage, right? Many American Christians imagine Israel as a safe haven for fellow Christians, but she's described it as a much harsher reality, military checkpoints, restricted movement, violence, and fear. And then she also states Christian Zionism often ignores Christian suffering, right? They say they love Israel, but don't care what happens to Christians when they live there. She accused the Western evangelical leaders of promoting unquestioning loyalty to Israel while neglecting Palestinian She's also made a statement stating the occupation is the core issue. It is not a religious conflict, and the spiritual witness has political weight. I have seen things with my own eyes, not in a newspaper or on Twitter. So she is speaking to you from firsthand experience, right? And the West funds what it does not understand, guys. So American Christians don't realize they are funding the destruction of Christian communities.
Yep.
So, when we're literally sobering, one of the takeaways was billions of US dollars in aid to Israel, right? Supported by Christian lobbies such as Kufi. Then she also talks about the Nativity Search siege, a forgotten scandal in 2002, hope and clarity in the midst of darkness. There's still faith, but there's still fight. So there's so many things that were great takeaways from this interview. And whether you like Tucker Carlson or not, whether you're a fan of his or not, at this point, to be quite honest with you, when people are coming out and speaking against the occupation, when they are speaking against what really has been the narrative that they have been pushing for decades, I think we owe it a listen, right? We owe it a share, whether it's Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Candace Owens, even though I'm not a fan, but when they are speaking the truth, I will listen. Yep. I really will, because it is showing, right, whether they have their own narrative or not, or their own intentions, it's showing the world that, look, even these Christian nationalists are waking up, and their communities can wake up to it. Yes. You know what I mean? So that's just, I just wanted to point that out. It's a great watch, and there's so many great takeaways from the Orthodox nun Mother Agapia Stephanopoulos.
I appreciate that. So, James, the overqualified, I see that you've come back really quick. James, the overqualified, feel free to pack your shit and move to Israel. I'm gonna tell you, just like y'all tell Black people, you love it so much, go over there and live. And then so my moderators can just go ahead and take the trash out for me.
No, but James, don't go to Israel. Make sure you leave. Go somewhere else, man. Go find an island where you can go somewhere else, because you're not welcome. Yeah, we're taking it all back.
I just wanna say something real quick, guys. That that the people of Gaza aren't allowed to visit other cities in Palestine. The people of Gaza cannot go to Ramallah. They cannot go to Jenin. They cannot go to Jerusalem. 95% of the population of Gaza aren't allowed to go to the city of Jerusalem or other cities in Palestine. I was one of the lucky ones. I was able to go to Jerusalem, and I was able to see what was going on there and how they were treating anyone different in a very bad way. Whether you're Muslim or Christian, they will always treat you badly. I visited churches, and I saw how they put their soldiers and their troops near that the Christians are doing for themselves to go inside the church and search people for no reason. They can just stop you in the middle of the streets of the old town of Jerusalem, and they can search you, they can check your papers, they can do whatever they want just because you look different, or just because they didn't like how you look. So it's insane, and I really hope that people would understand this. This is not this is not a religious war. It's just they are using religion as a reason to claim this land. And we hate them not because of their religion. We hate them because of their actions, because of what they have been doing to us. And the same goes, I just want to remind everyone that they boomed all of the churches in Gaza. Like since the beginning of the Israeli aggression, they airstriked all of the churches in Gaza, in which there are no churches left in the Gaza Strip anymore. Just like they did with the mosques, with them destroying almost 900 mosques in the Gaza Strip.
That's crazy.
Dani, I just want to say thank you for the space. I saw your comment. You can swap me for him. I definitely would be coming back whenever you are live, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate your voice, and thank you for sharing this space with us. I'll be here listening though. I'm here, so you can swap me from Muhammad.
Okay, I appreciate you. Absolutely.
And I know Rima wants to talk also, but so this image real quick, if I can just show it, and then I promise Rima I'll mute up.
Okay.
So this image here was taken from an IDF soldier video, right? Go ahead, Spade. You want to talk about it, Spade?
Whatever it is, it's fine. But this just give you an idea. This is a camera being shot through a rifle scope at one of the aid sites that's at least 300 yards out. For any of you that has used or a vet, or if you've used the rifle, you understand the range in that. This is a demonstration. These are people collecting food that are starving. And this is them posting this content because they enjoy it. It's a joke for them. And then they'll proceed to open fire and snipe individuals that they select as a challenge amongst that unit. And this has been verified by various sources on the ground, including whistleblowers from within the organizations and within the IDF.
That's absolutely.
I got a call, but with that said, I'll go ahead and drop down. Dani, it was an absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. You're welcome back at any point in time. Appreciate you, Mr. Spades.
Thank you very much. Have a good day, guys.
You too. I know, Remo.
I'm gonna go now. Thank you so much, Dani. It was really nice talking to you, and I really love your community here. I love the people in the comments. They were so nice and so sweet. Big love and respect to all of you, and always remember, free Palestine from the river to the sea.
Don't drop. Hold on, Abu Siraj. Hold on. One second, brother. Hold on. So, chat, Abu Siraj is opening up a live in about 2 hours and 15 minutes. If you haven't followed him already, please do. He is heavily censored. And we encourage Americans to come up also. I'm always there. Spades comes up, and Money's there as well. We have these conversations. So any of you that would love, that would have a question for any one of us, for him himself, he will answer it. He's very open to answering anything and everything. So give him a follow if you haven't already. And please also, if you haven't support his live by coming in, tapping and sharing and contributing in any way. And he does daily updates on the ground as well. Thanks, Abu Siraj, for sticking around. Habibi salam.
Great to see you, Abu Siraj.
Thank you, brother. Salaam alaikum, brother Jabir. Salam.
Yeah, Abu Siraj, I hope I didn't mean to not leave space after you spoke first. I feel terrible about it, and I'm sorry if I did that earlier.
No, it's okay, brother. It's okay. No problem. Don't worry about that.
Is it okay if I go ahead and jump
Thank you, Abu Siraj. Yeah, go ahead.
You can minimize me, Dani. Minimize me. You take big screen. So
okay, I got you.
Happy to drop to bring somebody else up. Hey, Money, great to see you. Rima, awesome DJ.
Okay, well, just everybody drop. Let's just go ahead.
Easy,
well, I'll stay for you, Rima.
Yeah, I mean, Lord, Dani, did you see Dani?
No.
Dani, you saw it, didn't you?
I saw it.
The microaggression, about 20 people drop. Okay.
You ran them off.
You saw that? Okay.
You're right. She doesn't really need that much space. I guess I will.
No, yeah. Okay, that's all right. Okay. It's okay. Yeah. And what did I do is the question.
Right.
But yeah, hey, Dani. So I just want to.
Everybody gets out of your way, Rima. Everybody gets out of your way.
I guess so. But yeah, I just wanted to say I really appreciate this. I've actually watched your live space a few times with, of course, Brother DJ K coming up here and speaking. I am a Palestinian. I do have family in Gaza. And I think so. What gets me more than anything when I see these types of spaces, and I know you have your own. When I say you, I talk about your wa alaikum assalam. You have your own issues here in the United States, but you're taking this time to say, "Hey, I hear you. I see you," especially in the light of what is happening now with this new administration, right? Where PBS is playing. Did you see that cartoon on PBS? With Christopher. Everyone should go look it up after I'm done. It is a new cartoon on PBS with Christopher Columbus on it. A cartoon talking about how colonization is okay.
Stop.
Yes.
Wait, no. So let me wait. That's PragerU. So here's what it is. So that's not PBS that did it. What it is that the Trump administration wants to replace PBS with PragerU, which is not a real. They love fake ass universities, right? So PragerU is that it's an extreme right-leaning fake university, and they want to now give the funding that was going to PBS to PragerU and replace it. And so that clip is not from PBS. That clip is from PragerU, and that would be the type of content they would be putting out.
Are we living on the same planet? Is this 2025? Are we doing this?
It is the upside down world. We are in the upside down world, 100%.
And I just want to say that, and I live in diaspora. I live in the United States. And I've been here for quite a while. I just want to say that the turnaround, the breaking of propaganda, I am incredibly astonished by people breaking out and saying, "Hey, no, let me look into that." And one thing that we strive to do is to humanize ourselves. Because you mentioned this, you were talking about sales tactics, and then you were talking about stopping someone before they even start.
Yep.
So the biggest part of the propaganda that's being used, and guys, if you want to gift, you're more than please gift the 2 boxes. They are on the ground.
So Sammy is also a journalist, and so the same way that we took care of Mohammed, if you all still have coins, please do that and take care of Sammy as well. Both of them are Palestinian reporters on the ground in Gaza. So
there has been propaganda put out there for the last 100 years to slowly but surely lead us up to the manufacturing of consent to sit and watch over 500,000 Palestinians be unalived mercilessly for the most recent AI technology, which, by the way, they're using on you. Palantir, they've been testing that out in the West Bank and in Jerusalem. Pegasus, who's your daddy, Lavender, all of that has already been tested out in the West Bank and Jerusalem on Palestinians. And then they moved it to Gaza. They perfected it for the last 2 years, and now they're using it on you. ICE is using this on immigrants, and they're going to test on the immigrants, and then they're going to move on to us. Okay.
So Rima, can I offer one thing, love?
Oh yes, of course. Go ahead.
So one of the things that we do in this community that I'm a bit of a stickler about, is because I believe words have power, right? So here's what we're going to say is they have tested it over there. They are currently testing it on immigrants, and we are going to, and they want to test it on us. They want to use it on us. So we believe in not speaking what we don't want to happen. So
thank you. Manifestation. I got you, the power of the word.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I just, I need, if we can, when I'm talking to you like family. Yeah. We all have to lock in. I've heard a lot of people say, well, this has nothing to do with me, or this is complicated. That's another piece of hasbara that is being used. It's complicated. No, it's not complicated. You not being able to find, the right tomatoes to make a salad is what's complicated. Watching people be colonized and unalived mercilessly is not. And by the way, I just wanted to kind of give everyone a bigger idea as to why America has these strong ties to the I state. I mean, I will be as TikTok friendly as possible. It is because it is $1 trillion business. And so the same way there is trafficking happening here in the United States, trafficking also happens in Palestine, which is why they are more than happy to have over 10,000 women and children detained in, again, Jerusalem and West Bank, where apparently they've already come out and said that there are no H group operatives, as well as missing children. There are over 40,000 orphans in Gaza as we speak, and we have no idea what the end game will be for those children. And the reason is because they are interested in trafficking them like they already have done, and then they will also they also use our organs and our skin. A lot of people are not aware of that. Yes, go ahead, Miss Dani. I'll go ahead and land here. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, Dani, I do have to drop down. Okay. My kids just got home from school. Yes. So thank you so much for providing this space. As always, you're amazing. I look forward to doing that podcast with you. And I'm going to go ahead and download the Substack, and you're going to be the first person I join on that. So what's the name under? Is it the same, just Dani?
Yeah, everywhere I am at the Dani Cook. So
the Dani Cook. Got it.
Everywhere.
Perfect. So thank you. And I definitely look forward to joining your live again. And to the chat, Sammy is a private account. So if you do follow him, he will accept your follow after he gets off this live. Yeah. So don't be discouraged by it. Have a great day, guys. Free Palestine, inshallah, and I'll see you guys around.
Yeah.
Later, DJ.
Take it easy.
Appreciate you, DJ K. Yeah. So what you just said, like, there are so many correlations. Colonization looks the same everywhere, doesn't it?
Yes, and dehumanization.
Yes, the dehumanization and colonization looks the same everywhere. There's a book called The Unaliving of the Black Body that talks about what occurred here in the United States. And when I hear you talking about what's happening to Palestinians, that's exactly what it reminds me of.
You mean Dorothy Roberts?
No, so it's not just Dorothy Roberts. Yeah, the book. Yeah, that's the author. Yeah.
She's incredible, by the way. Yeah, she's incredible. Yeah. Highly recommend for anybody. And Fatal Invention, her latest one, she's just an amazing speaker. You can find her on. But anyway, yeah, she's just awesome.
So when I learned a lot about your plight, your history. I learned a lot about African history, but I also learned a lot about the African American history and the horrors, the absolute horrors committed. And this hasn't stopped. It has not fully stopped yet. Nope. And I just say, I see you. I'm gonna mute myself, okay?
I see you. And this is the thing. This is what they do not want. They do not want Rima to see me to see Rima, for Muhammad to see me, for me to see Muhammad. Sammy, this is what they do not want, because if we understand, instead of comparing struggles and comparing trauma, you understand that it is the same everywhere, and we are stronger together. I somebody was in the comments earlier and said something about Palestine, worry about Chicago and this and that. And my response to that, when I fight for Palestinians, I'm fighting for Black and brown people in this country. It is the same people. They are all connected together and they're doing it everywhere. So the fight is all the same. So you can't, I just need for people to understand that. So I do see you. Sammy, I saw you come off mute and I want to give you an opportunity. And I'm hopeful that somebody on the panel can interpret if necessary.
Dani, to be honest, Sam is he's an English speaker. He speaks English better than I do.
Perfect.
I just wanted to say that.
Got it.
So on the end of the day, Dani, thank you in order to give me the opportunity to join your panel. So to be honest, love and respect for your panel in order to, I was in the comments listening to you guys. So you are amazing. You are brilliant. What you are doing, this is something which we are looking for. In order to that, most of the platform today, they did not concentrate to speak about what's happening in Gaza. So because of that, I mean, nowadays it's the only opportunity in front of us to join, these platforms, social media like TikTok, Instagram, X, as well as Facebook. So to be honest, in order to that, myself, I never ever expect, that one day I will join, this platform in order to talk about my cause. So because of that, we appreciate what you are doing. You are amazing, brilliant. At the end of the day, we are talking about every day. We are talking about the occupation, the unalived civilian people. They did not care who you are, journalist, doctors, engineer, teacher. So at the end of the day, as soon as you are a Palestinian, you should be unalived. This is how the occupation sorting out, the situation in Gaza. So for the time being, more than 239 journalists were unalived. In order to what? In order to, they need to stop the local journalists covering the news. First by banning the foreign journalists from entering to Gaza, and then in order to unalive the local journalists, because they need the journalists to stop. Journalists which they have no choice except to keep going. Journalists, they are not part of the fighting, but the occupation, they consider them that they are part. But in the end of the day, there is no need for, us as a journalist to add any drama. In order to what's happening in the ground, it's more than enough. So because of that, we never ever, lying, cheating, because things which has been going on in the ground, it's more than enough. So at the end of the day, we're trying to tell the truth. We're trying, to tell this, it's the issue how it is. But in the end of the day, this is unlikely by the occupation. So because of that, the occupation keep unalive the journalists. But every colleague being unalive, to be honest, the rest of the colleague, they pull out with one slogan, that they will never ever give up. They will keep, their coverage. In order to that, while they are covering the occupation deal like that on Gaza. So if they stop between that, they will commit more and more massacres, and nobody know what's happening in the ground. So because of that, no choice for the journalists in order to cover the news. This is one. Second, the occupation, in order to stop, the NGOs organization from doing their mission by doing the distribution for the displaced people, they create, this new company, which, this is a Zayo company. This is not an American. In order to this is supposed to be distribution places. But in the end of the day, the number of the people who are unalive, this is execution, not a distribution. And we are talking about 1,873 people since they start working. We are talking about more than 12,000 injured. We are talking about 48, missing. So at the end of the day, this is not the distribution places. This is execution places. In order to that people going there, because they did not have a choice except to go in order to collect anything to feed their kids and to feed their family. But in the end of the day, they are being executed. So this is the issue. In the front all over the world, the occupation, this is the moral army which they are letting, the food, distribute the food to the displaced people. But in the end of the day, this is not the reality. The reality, this is execution, not the distribution. If the occupation wants to sort out the distribution, they supposed to give the food to the organization which located in Gaza, which they are really professional doing the distribution without anyone getting injured, without anyone getting unalive. But in the end of the day, the organizing of the starvation, which has been done by the occupation for 150 days, this is in order to attack and to harm and to broke the people and to broke the resistance, to go with the deal without sorting the ceasefire, without sorting out the bad need of the people on the ground. So because of that, this will never ever happen. Because the people, as well as the resistance, they have nothing left in order to be worried about. Everything has been gone. So in the end of the day, if the war did not end, what's the benefit going to be from, releasing the rest of the hostages? And also, all the occupation they are talking about, the hostages, the hostages. Ask yourself why, the Palestinian people or the resistance, they decide to go with the 7th of October. Because 18 years of siege, because for war, has been happening in Gaza before this one. Because, the Gaza, it's a big jail. Because the people, they did not, have, their freedom in order to move. So what's all the pressure which being imposing on the people, it's letting the people to explode. This is the issue. If we need to sort out things, why? So we should talk about the reason behind the scene in order to sort out, things, why it's happened the 7th of October. But in the end of the day, believe me, and I believe, as soon as this occupation still, it means that all over the world they will live in problem. So if the occupation ends, it means that all over the world will live in peace, not just the Palestinian. So in the end of the day, this occupation should be end. This, war should be end. As soon as the occupation ends, it means that all over the world they will live in peace. In order to, enough is enough. Those people which they are living under this genocide for 22 months, those people, they are resilient. They are resilient. So because of that, we should, we shouldn't, imposing against them starvation, imposing them thousands of people affected by malnutrition. And in the end of the day, the occupation deny that there is a malnutrition. But how? Every day there is a new people joining the list of the people who are alive as a result of starvation. Today there is 4 people joining the list. Yesterday 6, before yesterday 8, before yesterday 10. So we are talking about 238 people being unalive because of the starvation. And the expectation 100 of those people, they will be unalive in order to that occupation banning the treatment and the healthy food in order to give the opportunity for those patients to recover from malnutrition. So this is the expectation, but in the end of the day, they're still lying and cheating. There is no starvation. Well, how those people, they are being unalive? Of course, they are lying and they are cheating. So in the end of the day, enough is enough. All over the world, they should wake up from a trauma in order to stop the genocide. And the airdrop, it's not a solution in order to sort out, the bad need of the people to feed their family and to feed their kids. Today that the media press office, they announced that more than 30 people were analyzed since this airdrop starting. So, and dozens of injuries. So, and most of, this aid, it's being, land in the area, red area. It's not allowed for people to go to collect the food from there. So what's, this is a low list. And I believe, this aid drop should be stopped. And this country, if they need to sort out the starvation, they should make a pressure on the occupation to open the border. We are talking about thousands of aid truck being banding by the occupation inside the border. So this aid truck, if it's entering, it means that at least Gaza will have food for 6 months. But in the end of the day, the occupation, they are not an idiot to broke, these 150 days of imposing starvation in Gaza. This is the reality. The reality that, these aid trucks should be entering in order to give the opportunity for those people to get distribution to feed their family. So in the force of, the last things which I'd like to talk about, also there is a private sector commercial truck enter, but these commercial truck will not sort out the bad need of Gaza people. The people which they did not working for 22 months, they lost their income, their money, their houses, from where they will sorting out from where they will bring money in order to buy stuff from the private sector. So they couldn't. So the only opportunity in front of those people, that they should get distribution till they find, a job, till they find a work, in order to sort out their bad need of the food from the private sector. So this is the only solution going to be. Today they are talking about a new proposal which being sorting out by the mediator, which being sorting out last time between the mediator and the Hamas. And Hamas, they have no problem in order to make a deal at once. Hamas, they announced that several times, but Netanyahu refused, because Netanyahu, as soon as the war ends in Gaza, it means that he's going to be arrested as a corrupt person. The Israeli court have all the evidence against him. And he refused the idea that he's going to be arrested. He refused the idea. So because of that, he make, the war as much as he can longer in order to stay out of jail. The occupation, they take the proposal last night in order to study the proposal. We hope the proposal will be agreed by Netanyahu, in order to that he's the only person which he is a decision maker. His cabinet meeting cabinet member did not, decision maker, only himself. So in the end of the day, all over the world waiting for his response. But I believe, that Netanyahu, if he want to go with ending the war in Gaza, it means that he will create a new war with another country. It doesn't matter which country going to be, in order to protect himself from being arrested. Thank you very much.
Dani, I just want to tell you that because he wouldn't do it. Sami is a 3 times award-winning Emmy journalist, by the way. He has 3 awards from the Emmys. Okay.
Thank you.
Big W's to Sami, y'all.
Absolutely, big W's to Sami. I know that my subscribers and followers have been doing their best to gift and to support the folks on the panel. So if you have the ability to do coins and to give Sami, that's amazing, and I would appreciate it. Like I said, anything that you would normally. I know you're not here for gifts.
Listen. The coin. Actually, it's not my aim. My aim, to join your panel in order to speak about my cause.
I know, and I'm going to tell you.
Trust me.
I'm going to tell you, like I told. Oh my gosh, I'm going blank. Abu Sabir. Let me tell you, like I told him. Abu Saraj. Thank you. I know that you are not here for the coin, and we can do the work. We can spread the information. We can do all of that and still gift the coins if they're available. My folks know that if they don't have it financially, don't worry about it. But if they do have it and they can gift, what I've told them today is what they would normally gift to me. I would prefer that them gift to you all. Because you are bringing them information that they would not get.
What's the big deal for me? The big deal for me, you gave me the chance to speak. The big deal for me, you let me join in order to express about our cause. So this is the big deal for me. The big deal for me, you are listening to our cause. The big deal for me, you are, gave us your time in order to raise our voice up. This is the big deal for me. So thank you for everything you do. So, Anna, maybe this is the first time I join your panel, but with love and respect. And inshallah, I will join, as soon as, I find you, I will join in order to express about, the situation in Gaza. So because of that love and respect, you are brilliant, you are resilient. Thank you very much for everything you are doing for the Palestinian cause.
100%. I am grateful to you all because we won't get this in mainstream media, right? And so the information that you bring gives me information. And so somebody on Facebook, so I'm not just on TikTok right now, Sami. I'm on TikTok, I'm on Facebook, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Substack, and I'm on Rumble. So I'm live on all of the platforms at once. And so somebody on Facebook just said, thank you for your information and your honesty. And for those of you all who do not know, Rumble is a very right-leaning platform. It's the place where Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, but what I believe is that by being there, there's an opportunity for other people to hear information that they would normally get. So I just started going over to Rumble because I've got to go wherever people are because people need to know what's happening. So I'm grateful to you all. When you said I'm resilient,
I don't know. The more that I learn, and I don't feel bad that I didn't know, because I only knew what I could know at the time, right? I don't give myself a guilt trip and center myself. I don't feel bad about not knowing. What I promise, though, is now that I know, I will do the best to share what I know now that I know it. And so I'm grateful for you all sharing and educating and informing me, because you equipped me to be able to share that information with other people like me who did not know. I just didn't know.
Thank you, Dani, and thank you for knowing. Thank you for learning, and thank you for, like I said, this space. Is it okay if I plug in something?
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously I've been on this app for the last 2 years, and I got sick and tired of watching my people be unalive just for wanting food. So I did start an organization. DJ K did talk about it, but the name is the Clementina Foundation. So me and my group started that foundation to help feed people. We started out with flour. We've been feeding people with flour for the last couple of weeks because we raised almost $25K just for flour, by the way. Just for flour. 1 kilo of flour costed almost $30 to $70 for 1 kilo.
That's crazy.
It's so crazy, girl. A whole bag costs like $600 to $800 depending on different areas, you know. So we had to start something to help way more people in different areas. So
what you need to do, A-Money, is send me the link to the organization, and then I can add it to the link tree. Mohammed and Sammy, one of the other things that I have told you guys is, I know several of you have GFMs in your profile. If you send me the link to your GFM, as well as any information that you think people would benefit from knowing, right? Then I will add it to my link tree. My link tree is in my profile across all of my social media platforms. And it's really extensive, and I'd be happy to put that information up there for people to also be able to contribute and to support, as they also share the information and lift up your voices. So 100%.
And thank you so much for that. I appreciate you for real. You're a breath of fresh air is all I'm gonna say. That's what you are. That's what you gave me today. You're a breath of fresh air.
Well, right back at you all. We've been here I've only been going live for a year and a few weeks now. And the thing that I want to do, I don't want to do debates and gotcha moments and all of those things. I think that we should be responsible. So I have this thing that I say that if you have the ability to respond, then it is your responsibility. And so I have the ability. On TikTok, it's like, 53,000 followers or so. It's not 50 million, but it's 50,000, right? I think I have around almost 30,000 followers on Facebook, and that sort of thing. And so, every person is a person that maybe did not know the day before. And so for me, that's the most important thing that I can do, is provide information and facts so that people are better informed, because I really, truly believe this with all my heart. I believe that the more connected we are, the less likely we are to hurt each other, the less likely we are to support people that hurt people, right? And there's so many misconceptions about people in the Middle East and Muslims and Palestinians. There's so much misinformation and misconceptions about you. And so for me, if I'm able to be that conduit that brings you into new spaces, and people get to see you as absolute human beings, and people just like me and just like you. And it's just like when Siraj was on here, and I heard kids in the background. My grandbabies are right here. And so for me, I hear babies, and it does not matter to me that they are Palestinian babies. It matters just that they are babies. That's it. It matters. And the adults matter, and the elderly matter, and human beings matter.
even Palestinian ones. And so I think that that's what people really need to know, right?
Yeah, thank you for that, because they always compare the October 7th children to the over 20,000 children that have been unalived. There is no comparison. And the fact that they justify what happened on October 7th, they're justifying the last 2 years. Like, how can you be a mother and watch kids with no limbs or kids torn apart? How can you be okay with that? But children being under rubble, not just the children though, but I know the children are a big thing for a lot of people, but for parents, for mothers out there, they came at Miss Rachel because Miss Rachel was a mother who spoke up for Gazan children, and that was a big problem. They started saying that she's getting paid by age group members. So it just goes.
Do you know what I used to do when they would say that to me, Amon?
Yeah.
They have said I've been paid by everybody, right? And you know what I said? They said I was being paid by George Soros. I said, well, I'm not, but George, let me know if you need to know where to send a check. Like, let me know if you need to know where to send a check, because your girl will take one.
Period.
Rima, I know you wanted to say something.
Yeah. So, and I love that you both just brought that up in regards to what they tell you about Palestinians, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, the first steps again of dehumanizing and colonization, and anything that's ever happened historically is to we always got to make sure that, and this happened in the age cost. This happened in South and Central America, Africa, Asia, the Middle East, where it's everywhere, right? So the first thing that we have to do is we have to start putting propaganda out there. Oh, these people are savages.
Yes.
Oh, it was because they were savages, and it was because we were teaching them the right way. We are the civilized ones. Yes. Listen, I can go for days. We are the civilized ones. And then I know we're hearing a lot of this language, right? Well, I'm sorry about what's happening in Palestine, but if they were raised better, or if their parents love them better, oh, I'm so sorry that your government is, just little, not little, big microaggressions that are incredibly harmful and dangerous.
Yes.
And I wanted to give you guys a few, pieces of data, just some fun facts that you can have with you. And so I know a lot of you watched, again, the documentary. Is it Tucker Carl, or Carl Tucker? I keep messing his name up.
Tucker Carlson.
Yes, Tucker Carlson, Raphael, like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
Raphael Cruz.
Raphael Carlson Tucker.
Raphael Cruz, which is Senator Ted Cruz, and then Tucker Carlson. Yes.
Busted. And it was beautiful because she was talking about Palestinians, aside from the politics, aside from what is being put out there. She was talking about the essence of what a Palestinian is. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what a lot of people, and I've explained this, I've had these conversations in private and public, people have never met a Palestinian.
Right.
A lot of them will say, a lot of them will think, well, because if it ends in Stein, okay, so Pakistan, Palestine, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, yes. It's all the same area. Yes. So they're not really, and I'm not saying this about you, I know you're an incredibly intelligent and worldly woman, but the average American has just, we've never had a voice.
Right.
And they don't know these things. So they don't know, for example, that Palestinians are not a race. There are Palestinians that are your beautiful skin tone. Mm-hmm. There are Palestinians that are even darker. There's Black Palestinians. There are Afro-Palestinians. Yep. There are Palestinians that look European. And everything in between. Yep. And then on top of that, we are not a monolith. So not all Palestinians are Islamists. Not all Palestinians practice Islam. Nope. And that's fine and it's beautiful. There's Palestinians that are Christian, Palestinians that are atheists, Marxists.
Jewish.
And here's a fun fact. The actual first group of Palestinians that started resisting in Palestine and still resist till today are Christians. It was a group called the PFLP, created by Dr. George Habash. And that still continues on till today. They are fighting because we're fighting for our liberation. We're not fighting to achieve any type of religious goals. A lot of people don't know that the literacy rate in Gaza is 98%. Did you guys know that? 98% literacy rate. I myself am quadlingual. I believe Sammy is trilingual. We speak so many languages, and most of the population in Gaza actually holds more than 1 degree. The youngest doctor in the world, Dr. Iqbal Asad, who graduated at 14 years old, who's now practicing medicine in Ohio, in Cleveland, Ohio, is a female, and she's from Gaza. Did you guys know that? Do you guys know that Gaz, when you have a toothache?
We do have a lot of engineers on the strip too. We have architectures, engineers. We're smart people, and they try to make us look like we're dumb, but we're not.
But they do the same thing to Africans.
Dehumanization. Did you know that the gauze that you use on your when you get it, that comes from Gaza?
Also, the color purple. We invented the color purple.
Yes. Did you know that Nefertiti? Do you know who Nefertiti? Well, obviously everybody knows who Nefertiti is.
They think they do.
Yeah, exactly. They think they do. Nefertiti had a bathhouse in Gaza that was destroyed after the 7th. The Israelis bombarded it, but they were traveling to Gaza to go to her bathhouse. I'll pause here. Yes.
Do you know that I have my master's degree before 20 years? It's about the American media.
So this is what I think. So Sammy, I say this all the time. They do the same thing to Africans, right? And every African I know speaks 4 to 6 languages. And they are the doctors and the lawyers and the engineers and it amazes me. But here's the thing. They try to make everybody think that, listen, when you are the people that really aren't that educated, you got to make. But here's the difference is who has the power to tell everybody else. And that's the difference is they control the media that tells everybody else about everybody else. Meanwhile, in the United States of America, I believe it is 54% of the country only reads on a 6th grade level, Sammy. How about that?
Do you know I speak Hebrew fluent? Do you know Yarima? אני מדבר עברית יותר טוב מהישראלי.
Yes, I speak Spanish. She asked you a question, Sammy. She said, is it okay? Can I translate this in Arabic?
Yeah.
هي بتحكي لك انه دائما في جزئيه من الناس اللي هو طبعا الكيان، بس مش فقط الكيان، دائما بيكون العدو المسيطر او المحتل بيحاول انه يفهم الناس عن الشعب اللي هو بده يحتله، بيحاول يفهم الناس انه هذول شعب ما لهمش اهميه او شعب غبي او شعب غير متعلم. فانا حبيت اشرح لهم هاي النقطه. بتحكي لك انه الغالبيه العظمى هنا في امريكا وفي منهم كثار مش متعلمين فوق الصف السادس، مستوى التعليم عندهم مش، واحنا في امريكا بنتحدث. سالتك اذا انت عارف هذا الموضوع ولا مش عارف.
Absolutely, I know that the Palestinian people, they are very educated. I mean, since long time, not recently, by the way. In order to, I told you, I mean, my master degree before 20 years, my master degree, and I did my master degree while I have all my kids. I have 9 kids. So after I got, the 9 kids, so I decided to make my master degree. So in the end of the day, we are, as a Palestinian, we love to educate. We love, to have a high certificate. So in the end of the day, all the cheating and lying that the Palestinian did not educate it, this is not true at all. And if you go to the history, you'll find, that the things which I'm talking about. So in the end of the day, trust me, most of the Palestinian people, they are educated. At least they have a secondary school, at least, and then, MA, the PhD, professors. On the end of the day, and by the way, in this war, the occupation unalive more than 350 a professor which they are teaching in the university. And this is actually, you can Google and read, how many doctors which they are doing a lecture inside the university being analyzed, as well as, the surgery doctor, like Dr. Adnan al-Bursh, which he was analyzed inside the jail. Dr. Kandil, which he was assassinated near, in Gaza City a couple of months ago. So at the end of the day, as soon as you are a Palestinian, it means that you should be analyzed. This is how the occupation sorting out. And they concentrate to analyze, they educate people. They educate people which they have high certificate. It's being targeting by the occupation guys in order to, they think, that if they are analyzed, those people which they have high certificate, it means that the Palestinian, they will be broken. No, the Palestinian, in this war, how many students graduated from the university online?
How many?
Wallahi, more than 6,000 students. They got, their certificate online. Can you imagine? There is no electricity, there is lack of internet, and in the end of the day, they insist to complete their study. In order to what? Because they love to get, to be educated and to get, these certificates. So, any human living under this situation, do you think they will think, to go and study online in order to get to be graduated? Of course not. But in the end of the day, in Gaza, there is the Palestinian, they do it because they are strong enough in order to sort out things. So this is the reality. This is the reality, Dani. Thank you.
Yeah, and here's what I love about what I respect so much. The more that I learn about Palestinians and your experience, is it's literally the definition of resilience, but also hope. I think so many people in this country today, because we do have a lot happening here in the US, we do, but there are a lot of people that are like, oh, woe is me, the whole world is falling apart. And yet I'm reading Mohammed saying that there are, strong boom booms happening right now, and they're all around him and all the things. But I hear you all still getting educated for another day, because at the end of the day, we're going to be here. At the end of the day, we're going to do, I hear you all not giving up. And there are so many people, the United States, the United States of America we are spoiled. We are spoiled and not well informed. We probably know the least about world history. It's one of the things that when you come from Africa and you come from Palestine, you come from Egypt and all of those places, history. You all have been around a whole lot longer than us. And we don't have the wisdom that your countries and your life experience has given you. And so I think that one of the things that Americans could learn from in the US, that we could learn from Palestinians, is perseverance, hope, and even joy in the midst of atrocities. And so I think that that's what I get when I listen to you all, and the more that I learn about your country and about your people.
Since we are talking about doctors and teachers and stuff, I do want to shed light on one doctor that wasn't named yet, which is Dr. Abu Safia, who was kidnapped by the ITF for being in the hospital in the north. He's been tortured. I think he's now been in their custody for maybe almost a year now, I think. Right, Sammy? I forgot how long he's been there, but we know that they're torturing him. One of the doctors that they did
since 14 months.
14 months. One of the doctors that they did have they actually unalived him. I'm not even going to talk about how they unalived him. It's actually very disgusting. If y'all want to look into that, y'all can. But we've been trying to advocate for Dr. Abu Safia to be let out. He didn't do nothing wrong. That man was just operating on people that were hurt due to the ITF and stuff like that. So, yeah, I just want to shed light on that. And I do have to go, and I will be back. I appreciate you, and I appreciate your voice. You don't look 50, whatever age you are. You don't look it at all.
I am. But you know, it don't crack. That's the saying over here.
I know. It was great to meet you, and WDJK for putting me on to you. So
yeah,
thank you.
Definitely. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, A Money.
Thank you.
So I want to do this because we've been on almost 5 hours now. Both my grandbabies are here, and they're home from school. My mom, my 80-year-old mother, is sitting here on the couch. She's in town visiting because Bella turned 8 on Monday. So I'm gonna wrap it up so that we can go spend some time with family, which is a privilege that I have. You know, that so many people don't. But before I do that, I want to get Rima and Mohammed and Sammy an opportunity to share anything else with us before we go.
To be honest, Dani, thank you very much in order to, give us the opportunity to join your panel. Love and respect. This is the first time I join your panel, but I'm sure it will not be the last. No. In order to that, you are amazing, you are brilliant. Keep going, don't feed up. Keep, us raise our voice up. In order to that, I'm telling you that all the media platform, are changing their way of their coverage. So because of that, thank you for everything you do for the Palestinian people and for the Palestinian cause. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Right back at you. You stay safe, Sammy. You and Mohammed both. We send you lots of prayers. I have a question. Can somebody share with me the verbiage? I see inshallah, and then sometimes I see inshallah. Somebody tell me the difference between the two, if they are one and the same, and tell me the meaning, please.
Inshallah means, it specifically translates to God willing. So for example, if you say, like you just said, I'm going to go spend time with my babies and my grandbabies and my mama, we would say inshallah, which means if God wills for it to be,
yes,
then it shall be. And then mashallah it means that it was God's will. And I'll explain. So we use mashallah. It's tied in religiously. Both Christians and Muslims use it, but it's tied in also to a cultural meaning. So for example, I'll give you. So when Amani said, "Oh, you don't look 50," which you don't, beautiful. You would follow that up with mashallah, which means it was God's will, so that you're taking out any type of maybe evil eye or bad feelings or maybe intentions that maybe you don't want to have, that kind of just takes it out. So you would say, mashallah. Hope that makes sense.
Yep, it does. It makes perfect sense. And here's what I love is that everybody that's watching right now and everybody that can replay this will learn something as well. And so I love that. So it's one of the reasons why I asked, but thank you for explaining. Sammy, you are welcome to come back at any point in time that you ever want to. Make sure that you send me any information that you want me to share, GFM links, all of those things. I appreciate you very much. Mohammed, I'll go to you. And I really want you to be safe. I'm seeing you post about all of the strikes that are happening.
Thank you, Dani. Thank you, Sister Dani.
Yeah.
طلعت بتحكي انجليزي محمودي. I didn't know, Muhammad. Look, they're over here hiding all of their English skills from me.
لا thank you very much.
ايش اذا بدك تحكي لا يا راجل، اذا بدك تحكي شيء انا يعني ممكن اترجم لك، ما عندي اي مشكله، لان هي حابه تسكر.
Yeah, I appreciate you all very much. For those of you guys that are watching, no matter where you're watching.
عادي أنا أصلاً.
Yeah, I think he wanted. I'm sorry,
Dani, thank you.
He's having a delay in the sound, so it sounds like he's talking over you. It's just. اتفضل يا محمد.
طبعا أنا بتشكر داني على الجميل اللي قدمته لنا ولقضيتنا وللإبادة اللي قاعدة تحصل بغزة، وبحب أتشكرها كثير لأنه يعني من أحرار العالم دانية فعلا، من أحرار العالم. كل الشكر كل الاحترام والتقدير لها ولكل المشاهدين اللي كانوا معنا ومناصرين لنا ولقضيتنا العادلة. وإن شاء الله بتنتهي الإبادة عن قريب وبتخلص بإذن رب العالمين.
Dani, he says to you and to everyone who is listening in today, to everyone who donated, to everyone who listened, he said, thank you. He said, our cause is a noble cause, and it is a cause for all free people of the world. Anyone who is looking for freedom and liberation. He says that we hope to be liberated from the occupation and for this genocide to stop on our people. I also communicated to him that you were telling him to stay as safe as possible, which is kind of impossible, just because of geographics, right? But yeah, he says, thank you so much. And thank you all for listening to us. We appreciate it. And I will wrap up. I'm going to keep it very short and sweet. Thank you so much for having us. Mashallah, thank you. Really, we have to, I know we know this, right? But we have to, as much as possible, stick together as much as we can. It is really going to be a hard... How many more days do we have with this fool in the office?
I'm not even counting them because something can change.
Okay, please. Okay.
I told you, I don't speak the things that I do not want to happen.
He's not going to exist anymore. He's not. Those legs, those cankles are going to keep swelling up.
Here's my
They're all saying. Thank you.
I just am like, I don't know what is going to happen, but what I do know is that good will prevail. I do know that. And it will not all be for nothing. That I do know. So
Thank you so much, darling. I appreciate it, Dani. Thank you, Habibti. Another word, Habibti, my love.
Habibti. Oh, I looked it up when somebody typed it. Habibti. I looked that one up. Yep, I did. So yeah, by the time we're done, you guys are gonna have me fluent.
Thank you, Dani. I'm gonna drop. Okay, my dear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I appreciate
Bye.
you.
يلا مع السلامة.
ريما يعني مستمرين بالتغطية وراح نضلنا مستمرين. يعطيك العافية داني. سلام عليكم. سلام.
Yes, I get it. I was going to say it back and then he left. Sammy, thank you so much. I will see you all soon again. Take care of you.
Inshallah. Inshallah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good night as well.
Inshallah. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody. I will see you all tomorrow. Okay. Same time, same place. Wait, I'm lying. I'm not lying. But listen, tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be on the podcast, which is Network Nova. They are doing a Power Lunch podcast tomorrow. I go on at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. I'm going to be on for the entirety of the rest of that hour. I will be taking call-in questions for people as well. So the link to RSVP for the podcast is in my link tree. And so I will be live maybe a little bit before that, but definitely after that. Okay. So I appreciate you all very much. Love you all. Listen, to my followers and subscribers, you all showed up and showed out today. Thank you so much for supporting this panel. Thank you so much for showing them love and kindness and for seeing them and gifting them and supporting them. I appreciate this community that we have created so much. You all have no idea. So I appreciate you all so much. And thank you for following Ingrid. And I will see you all. Yep. Subscribers vote for a movie in Discord. Yeah, we have one scheduled, Cam, just so you know. So now I want everybody to make sure that you don't disregard, don't forget anything that we learned today, but now go have some fun, find some joy, find a laugh, go hug a tree, a cat, a baby, whatever it is that makes you happy. Go do that and then get back to work afterwards. Okay. I'll see you later. Take care, guys. Bye.